All right. Oh, fucking camera's not working. Hold on. Is that gonna fix it? Good morning, guys. There we go. How we doing? All right. So rejected off 897. Tesla bounced. Microsoft, Nvidia up. Meta up. Apple down. AMD down. Amazon flat and Google up. Okay. Um, oh, fuck off. Really? Awesome. I do like data. Do we have some? Oh, I hate it when it does this. We got Dallas Fed Manufacturing in 30 minutes, 40 minutes. You sound congested. I am a little bit. Thanks, handsome Colby. Are there a good number of SPX 0 DTE bull put spreads open today and pre-market? 47.85, 49.05? Or am I reading that wrong? SPX 0 DTE bull puts. Hold on. My fucking mouse isn't working, so give me a minute. Hmm. Oh, awesome. I don't know what that was about. That was weird. All right. Now my mouse is working. Give me a second. VIX looks funny. I mean, vol spikes and it's just kind of coming down. No, I don't. 88, 49.05. I see there might be spreads at 85, 48.90, but I think those are probably long. It's hard to say when they come in the pre-market on the 0 DTE like that, but I don't think they're 85, 905. I don't think there's very many puts at 905 at all anyway. There's about 1/5 the number that are at 85. Time to switch to a trackball. Ooh. Last week I took a 600 position on Fubo. I got stopped out for 19 cents in profit. I'd like to repurchase those shares. Is it justifiable to put the 19 cents towards my buy-in or nah? Are you fucking with me right now? So besides JFresh, you, and Croissant Man, now like 3 other guys in my feed are saying how fucked the short vol trade is. Did Croissant Man ever say the short vol trade was fucked? I haven't heard him say asymmetric tails once. Not since like 2022. What are some of the great buys if a large correction or crash? As simple as SPX blue chips with dividends? I mean, they can be if they go down. Historically, the Mag 7 outperforms most things on a market bounce. Although what was once true may not be true in the future. Usually commodities do really well when coming out of a recessionary period or something like that. Defensives tend to weather drops better. Consumer staples, utilities, things like that tend to have a little bit of negative beta, so that kind of protects them. Materials can do really well coming out of a market crash. But yeah, I mean, most people are just gonna buy blue chip tech, right? I put your PP Condor into option strat. Only 155 max loss for 845 credit. Seems too good to be true. Is it the spiking vol? I'm not sure. I closed the call side of it this morning. Let me see what I closed it for. Looks like I bought it for 330. Wait, no, that's not right. Is it a different one? Oh, hold on. Where is it? It's not in this account. It's in this account. I bought it back for $140. I sold it for $205. And then the put side of it's still open. It's up like 60%. But no, it's like you know what? Did you fix the I had the wrong strikes on the put side. Double top for SPX on the 5-minute? Maybe. Let me see what momentum looks like. Yeah, this could start turning around here. But it might be another like 15, 20 minutes before we see any real downside. And I don't know how far we'd drop. There's a lot of support at 90. I guess we could drop to 85. Jolts is normally pre-market and not the 10 a.m. time it is tomorrow. I think Jolts is normally at 10 a.m. Right? Yeah. Seems like a reasonably good risk reward at this point with consumers spending up a storm. I think they tend to do pretty well during the holiday season. Everybody's out shopping at places where there's Starbucks. And buying holiday coffee in stupid cups. Best strategy for AMD earnings IV crush. Weekly IV is at like 100%. How best to take advantage of it? You could do a calendar spread, I guess, if you wanted to. I'm really not interested in trying to play that though. If they say anything bullish, IV can spike again the next day and keep going up. Everyone's selling a put above 48.71 is going to have the MM go long puts, right? Yep. Double top for us here. So what are your thoughts on Starbucks? Rum 97 squeeze score. Ew. Oh god, disgusting. Jolts is normally pre-market and not the 10 o'clock time it is tomorrow, right? That's yeah, we already figured that out. Okay, 49.10, 49.20, 75 for 216. No, 129. It was I did have it at 119. It's 129. It wasn't ever 216. There was two typos in there, but yeah, it was I wrote 119 instead of 129. We're chopping in a $20 range all day? Probably. Yeah. Really good chance of that. I'll get my puts now. Don't talk noise on my precious Stanley Cup. I love him like a child. What's the deal with Stanley Cups? This is like the third time I've heard about it, and I don't get it. Like the stream, people, if you could. Bear call spreads on SoFi. Do they have earnings this week? Have GN, DN, VN ever been the same number? I've seen GM and VN at the same number. I've seen very, very rarely I've seen GN and DN at the same number. It can happen. It's not likely to. Well, you see, it's a cup and it holds liquids. Caucasian women? Huh. It was an SNL skit this weekend. Stanley Cups are easy for truckers to go TT in. Well, what the fuck is TT? I think it's a hockey thing. Drinking from a Stanley Cup is sweet because of lead. The Romans were into that. They like to sprinkle some lead oxide into their wine for the flavor. SoFi beat 2 EPS. Okay. Stanley Cups equals Cabbage Patch Doll. I'm a basic white woman and I have no idea. Oh, Humana, that's the wrong direction. .02 EPS reported this morning. That's garbage. Why would anyone care? What do you consider to be the fundamental value of top? 0? Hyped by TikTokers, they have lad. Oh, okay. SoFi earnings this morning, first quarter profitability. I would say careful with short calls and spreads. Yeah? You think they're gonna go up? See, that implies something that I don't like, which is that SoFi is worth money. That seems like more than a sufficient move for fucking 20 cents a share. 2 cents a share? Really? Two? Two? Fucking rates are at all-time highs, and they're only earning 2 cents a share? This company is dog shit. You guys got swindled by Uncle Bruce. And Chamath. I wouldn't even buy it when it was at $4. That's how they use the 2 cents. I guess they could always get another stadium. Did you talk about crowd yet? I got stopped out at break even. I'm looking to re-enter if I should. I don't give a shit what you do. I didn't get stopped out. I'm not a paper-handed bitch. No, I didn't get stopped out because I wasn't at my computer. I definitely would have though. Uh, I think it's probably fine. I'm not very worried about it. Bagel. Effective federal funds rate still at 5.33. Overnight financing at 5.32. All right. What time does the Treasury thing come out? Can someone check the Treasury website and see what fucking time the press release comes out? I know it's supposed to be this afternoon. I think we get the marketable borrowing estimates for fiscal one. If I can re-enter at a lower cost basis, I will, or else I'm going to stay away in case it becomes a falling knife. Wait, wouldn't... Hold on. You don't want a falling knife on puts? Rising knife? MRO's okay. I think Oxy's a better buy, but MRO's not bad. Hum's been getting nothing but analyst downgrades. I don't think I care about that. See, I'm glad I waited to buy puts on that. Do a little more time on this. We don't need it. Let's buy another one. All right. Let's see how SPX is looking. All right, looks like SPX has set some resistance just below 4,900. Support 4,887. The possible test like 83. Delta's picking back up a little bit here. We should still have a little bit of time before... yeah, we still have a little bit of time before the momentum shifts. Probably won't see anything until... we probably won't see anything until the Dallas Fed manufacturing comes out. What time's that again? 10:30? 10:30? And then I'm not sure when we see the Treasury announcement. Lucid? I haven't heard that name in a long time. No. Neat. Well, it's up 20%. That's what's going on with it. News? No. I mean, despite the move up, it doesn't look very good, right? They still don't make money. So nothing changed there. Though it does look a little squeezy. It isn't about making money. Well, it kind of is. Vuvuzela spam. I thought about it, Dirk, and instead I just turned my desktop audio down. How dare you zoom out? Well, I wanted to know how significant it was. Well, we just found out about it now, so it's probably gonna immediately collapse unless I buy a position on it, in which case it'll collapse in 5 minutes. Yeah, I'm not gonna chase that. That's ridiculous. XRT down a little bit today, not nearly enough. Let's see, T-Duck Sava moving. Snaps up a bit. Rivian's up quite a lot, 4% today. VIX also up 4%. Tesla, I don't give a shit about. Is Tesla gonna bounce? Hmm. Absolutely absurd. $300 sold calls on CrowdStrike. Probably be worried about those squeezing out. Lucid Dead. Perfect. See, I'm really glad I didn't chase that. Can you have a look at crude? I thought it would be going up with recent news. It was up this morning. Yeah, looks like it tumbled a bit. It was up overnight. I don't know about this morning, actually. Probably down on the rising dollar. I don't think it's that big of a shift. Hum 510 leaps? No. Well, huh. You thinking like May? When healthcare costs are rebalanced? No, it's just greedy. It's also Vega. Yeah. I was I was thinking about getting like 400 leaps. They're expensive though. Yeah, like 2,900 each. Might not need to wait that long. The pickle jar curse. I didn't buy calls on it. Are we just seeing covering what on Lucid? It's probably ETF FTDs. We're right in the correct time period for it. Any expectations on ZOM earnings? No, I don't think so. Probably a little worse. Oil prices were down last quarter. So maybe like another near miss again. Actually, if we're if we're trading around here, it might not be so bad. Let's see. Margins picked up a little bit last quarter. I don't know. We might see net margins improve a little bit over quarter three. Quarter three had declining oil prices too, and they declined a lot more steeply than they did in quarter four. So I could see net margins picking up and possibly free cash flow a little bit. Okay, so it's still a shitco. Yeah, as far as I know. Not Zom. Lucid, I assume you're talking about. Oh no, Jen, not you too. Can you tell if our boy Larry Fizzle to pop Dixie 150 bips into bussin' territory for real, for real? You don't feel like Dixie's bussin' right now at 103.78? I see what you're saying. Was your put for manufacturing data? No, it just looked like momentum was shifting. Which it's started to a little bit there. I don't expect the manufacturing data to be good. We're doing that thing where they sell puts and we drop because of above VM. Yeah, 4,900 is a pretty strong resistance. And the 49.25s that were open this morning, it looked like they gave up in pre-market. Well, this is a lovely start to the day. VIX budged. VIX went up 22 bips. Where's support here? 87. So we could lose like $5 more, maybe more. Jesus, that was a lot of delta that fell off. Let's go. 20? Yeah, sure. We're going to trade in a $15 range today, aren't we? This is a distinct possibility. Yeah. We could get some volatility with the Treasury announcement. That might break things one way or the other. I want to buy March 4900 Ps. Ooh. I like where your head's at, popcorn. The fuck was that? Oh, thank God. I thought I got fucking wrecked on that. Um, I was close. I definitely could have sold that for $7. That was insane. I actually got higher than my stop. My stop price was 9, and I got filled at 950. Huh, lucky. We're not new here. What's SPXW, the weekly contracts? Just short the ES for June and leave for 4 months. Free money. Interesting. What time is Treasury issuance announcement? I have no idea. Sometime this afternoon. What's that look like on a standard candle? I mean, I'm really happy that I didn't get that I get sniped at $7. But it had a fair bit of range. I guess I'll just wait for the data now. Things still look kind of bearish though. Yeah, maybe I just like let it bounce a little and then pick up like a 90 put. I'm worried I'll buy the 90 and it'll just never go in the money. Yeah, data's in 15 seconds. It should be out now. It's forecasted at negative 23. Came in at negative 27. Ouch. Manufacturing is going down the toilet, Torque. Bullish on cuts. Oh no, VIX isn't moving. Bad data always invigorates the market. I missed everything. Why market go down and then up? I think they sold the MM like too long on puts there a little bit, but I think this bounce is just stop loss hunting. Continued stop loss hunting. AI robots will take over manufacturing. But what about the people that have to control the robot with the little joystick, like in the Tesla videos? I feel like if your robots aren't wireless, they're not really robots. Robots will control the robots? That makes sense, actually. Still trying to make Terminators? They're not Bluetooth. Like, all of the Tesla robots have like a big cable coming out of their feet. It's impossible to miss. It's not a microphone. Ooh, big VIX spike. Hello. Jesus fucking Christ. Oh, did the Treasury announcement come out? What the fuck was that? My VIX spread's just prompted. What? Well, I'm glad I have a put right now. I guess I will not be closing that. Are you real? Dude, VIX 15, bro. Volma G. Should I get an extra put? Seems greedy. Todd! I'm real right now, Dork. It's okay. It'll be back at 13 in like a couple seconds. Is VIX gonna halt for the day? No, seriously though, did the Treasury release their refunding statement? It's like $1 trillion more than forecast or something. U.S. Secretary of Defense Austin says neither Biden and I will tolerate attacks on U.S. forces and will take all necessary actions to defend them. No, there it goes. It's back. It's fine. It's fine. Nothing happened. Just ignore that. Todd's back. Vix was just doing a silly. I love our rational and safe markets. So efficient. Don't pay attention to the volatility behind the curtain. What caused that? Usually it's caused by like the auction window rolling over into a period where a spread is blown out on the VIX or on SPX. Yeah, it's just like VIX sees it happen, right? How do I go longer on drone strikes? Lockheed? It's gonna happen every week. Maybe. Yeah. It seems to be like kind of a new trend. Is your VIX spread still profitable? I mean, probably not. Nope, it is, actually. Yeah. See, we tested 87 to the downside. Can we go down more? 85? Any positioning changes? Not really. There's some puts at 85, though. Probably sold. But those are the MM's puts now. I hope you didn't buy a put in that fucking window when VIX was at 15. That doesn't mean low liquidity on VIX. VIX doesn't measure itself. Usually wait till 12:30 for my puts to prompt. This is different, nice, but different. Random VIX spikes definitely make the market more exciting. Yeah, brightens up the day. It could mean low liquidity on the SPX options chain if it stayed elevated, which it did not, right? Although it did stay up there for a few periods of the snapshot. Time to grind to 49.20. Maybe. I think we get a little bit of upside here um, before we get like another leg down. But I do think we're going to get another leg down. So yeah, I guess we'll see how much upside we get. I wonder if I should have sold puts there. I probably should have. VIX lag on returning from big spikes equals processing time the vol shorts need to figure out if they should keep lowballing SPX puts 23 to 30 days out. It's like 23 to 32 days out, but yeah. Something like that. Good morning, Mike. No, it probably wouldn't have changed options pricing very much. A little bit, but not much. Pretty steady dip buying. Let's see if we get the reversal here. Crowd up. Oh, that's not good. When's Humana's earnings? Around the 24th? Of April. Hmm. Thank you, B Watts. I appreciate it. What goes through your mind to when you decide to chase a move or not? Usually I'm like, ooh, and then I should chase this. And I'm like, no, don't chase. Thank you, Shane McCartney. Should I delete the lines so the market can be free from captivity? I'm not really sure you're the one keeping it in check. You know, Blue Bananas. Check DMs. What do you got, Dork? Russell much happier than ES and Q. Oh, that reminds me. I wanted to get a fucking straddle on that, or strangle. Hmm. Not yet, but soon. Soon I want to get one. Oh, I'm out of day trades. Fuck. Oh, my put's back up. Why is my put getting priced up? I like this. All right. I'm done playing. How far down could another leg go? Um, if we get another leg down right now, which we may not. Well, we might. Okay. I don't know. 86, 85. If it falls below there, then we could really drop, but um right now I think just that like put wall at 85 is probably where we'd run into resistance. Not a lot of range. Yeah, yeah, there's some more puts coming in, but not nearly enough. Still looks like even if we did break back through the call wall at 90, it would be like 87, 85, right around there. Looks like an inverse head and shoulders completing the last shoulder. The time frame's a little short. Um, I would say it looks more like the continuation of this wedge than anything else. It does have a lot of the qualities you would look for in inverse head and shoulders, except descending. How to determine between the two of those? Kind of tough, actually. I guess you would mark the lower high. That's not necessarily a good sign. But not a lot of warning. Like this doesn't give a lot of information, especially on this low of a time frame. Because like I mean, like this on like the 15 minutes, like 2 candles, right? And they're both red. I feel like I should put a stop on my put. Oh. Ooh. This is interesting. Are they shorting the fucking 48.90 put? Sup, AK? New accountant? Oh, fuck. Nice. There's an insane amount of volatility on this contract. I'm getting really good fills on my market stops today. Is the accountant going to get people to buy their product? I mean, I don't think buying their product matters. It's just if they're not going to go out of business. I mean, it looks like short sellers are paying law firms to represent class action suits, so that's got to be bullish, right? I hope you had a good weekend. I think we are about to actually lose this wedge today. It's possible with the Treasury announcement, I suppose. Justice Linda Chan decided to liquidate the world's most indebted developer. Yeah, everybody knows about Evergrande. No one cares. It feels like bottoming consolidation to me. So everyone should probably load up on puts for when I'm wrong again. This contract is wild. We haven't even really picked up any bearish momentum yet. We're starting to inch by inch, but I think we still got a little while before anything gets really bad. Let's see what the net looks like. Yeah, I guess if we lose 90, shit could get kind of bearish. 85 is starting to get pretty stacked. I might pick up another put if we break 92.50, I guess. Let's set a buy at like 575 and see if I can pick it up. 590. Any thoughts on gold? I don't think the fear of currency risk is very high right now. What the Fed says this week could affect it a lot, though. Still 473,000 puts open at 5,000. I find it hard to believe after everything they've done, they'll allow those to expire still in the money. I mean, it depends on when they sold them. For all you know, those puts are up. Like, they may not be sitting on a loss. Tesla dead cat bounce. I kind of expected Tesla to bounce this week. I need it to bounce a little bit more so I can close this fucking debit spread. Yeah, it's doing okay. Not really, not so much a bounce as like a bear rally. Oh no. Lamb. Cut this shit if I don't see more covering. TLT might be a fake out. Going up after we hold this level for 2 hours and puts exit. That's a possibility. There's a lot of puts at 85 though. I think we could maybe test 85. All right, if we lose 87 here, things get more bearish. I don't know how much range that opens up, but it's gonna open something up. It's like downside momentum's still increasing right now. And ES, it's like if ES loses 49.10, we could retest 4,900. Maybe even like 48.93. Ooh, 48.93 would be cool. Don't worry, BlackRock just made US equities an overweight rating. Oh shit. What do you think they're going to blame the sell-off on? Houthis, Russia, China, Iran, retail? Why not all of them? Just blame it on Chinese retail buying Russian goods manufactured in Yemen. Iranian retail traders. We're getting greedy with the put. I want to keep the exposure. I don't feel like I'm being that greedy with it. Kramer declared Tesla out of the Mag 7. Who's your replacement? I have no idea. That Dorito is bullish. It's a downtrend. It's not a Dorito. Thickums up that top line. I don't need to do anything. We've run out of line to the bottom entirely. Unless I move it out further. Like this. How dare you? There, popcorn. I'll leave it on the last resistance. There is no floor. Is that better? Scale the verticals to make it steeper. Oh, fucking Christ. Nothing's required for downs. You know what's required for downs? Them to stop buying fucking 4890 calls. AMD 180C weekly for the inevitable pump tomorrow. Not interested. I'm not sure it's gonna pump. Everyone already thinks it's overvalued. I just got my Bobby shares and Revlon shares. Now, when GME 1 milli a share, going for the 3-bagger. Are they even trying to short vol? It seems like it isn't working. A little bit. Around like 10:45, they tried to short some puts. Um, 70-75 is still well defended on longer time frames. Yeah. Although not as well defended as it was. 75 is still a big deal. 70, it looks like some of the calls fell off. Actually. But 75 is ridiculous. 80 is not so bad either. Bear song below 50? It's too bearish, Dork. Futures hasn't even dropped. It fell below the trend. I'll give it that. But it hasn't rejected on it yet. If we get the rejection here, oh no. If we get the rejection here, we could retest that like 49.1275 where we got support. Can you read Pickles picks? Because I didn't read Pickles picks. I mean, yes, I can read them. Since Jan OPEC's positioning falling off, what's actually keeping SPX at this high of a level? Pretty incessant 0 GTE call buying. Oh no. Dirk, we broke the top line. It's over. No. You can try to say things like I didn't thicken it up enough, but it was perfectly thick. It's okay. We could get a brief moment of bearishness in a second here. We just need to wait for this to break out and chop for another 20 minutes. If they manage to hold us up, how high can we go? $48.97. But I don't think we're going to test that. Probably just right here. this is probably where resistance is. iRobot crashes to 2009 lows, lays off 31% of staff after regulators force termination of Amazon acquisition. iRobot CEO and chair, Colin Engel, has stepped down. Oh no! Who's gonna service my fucking Roombas? I will not, Ben. I like my women like I like my trend lines. Perfectly thick on the top and preferably straight. You get your Roombas serviced, you rich fuck. I mean, you have to. They get all like gunky. I thought you just had Dan's lick the floors. No, I don't do that anymore. What's up, popcorn? Please let us lick the floors. We're starving. That's the Roomba's food trash. You can't have it. I wonder if ducks like goldfish cheddar crackers. Trash, how does this make you feel? That's what I thought. Dirk, should I cut this put or just buy another one? You monster. Just for you, Trash. I'm gonna do my most YouTube thing ever. There you go. That's right. I threw goldfish at my camera. Clipping. How far away is your camera? I don't know, like a foot? No, the cat'll eat him. He likes goldfish. That was definitely a pigeon whale perk. I'm just gonna assume it's someone's kink. Good for them. Does your cat still hide under the couch all day? Yeah. But now he kind of comes out at night sometimes. Hmm. I don't like that. Hmm. Well, the U.S. Treasury hasn't announced their issuances yet, or their total issuance yet, but they did take action to protect the Iraqi financial system from abuse this morning. They haven't issued anything yet. Juice Caboose is going to be doing a silly goose today. Mark my words. What? She's gonna announce less debt funding? That'd be bullish as hell. Yields down, Dixie up. Kind of looks like yields flat, Dixie up. Oh shit. Members of the media can email the Treasury interview requests to press@treasury.gov. I'm gonna see if I can get Yellen on the stream. Yeah, Hum's holding up. May want to private the Discord first. If she sees what we say about her, she'll never agree. True. Start making clips labeled "Why Yellen Will Save the World." Yellen was on NPR's Wait, Wait, Don't Tell Me this weekend, so I'm pretty sure she'd be down for a Cosmic Lightning Warrior collab. That's called observational bias, no name. You can play matchmaker for Yellen and Squamsk. You think he's into her? Does Squamsk have a crush? Oh yeah, on the parking lot berries. That's true. You know she's into freaky stuff like squamps. Yeah, I mean, obviously. Who doesn't have a crush on Yellen? She's doing so much for the US economy, and we can't wait to have her on the stream. Nudge, nudge. Nice. Hmm. All right, that's pretty cool. A range of the downside is 85 at best. If we had enough momentum, we could test 75. But we need a lot of it. IWM is seriously broken out to the upside of the chart I showed you. I have no idea what chart you're talking about, but IWM hasn't done fucking dick in like 5 days. What's going on here? Yep, most life insurance plans don't pay out for suicide. Also, not a funny thing to joke about if you're joking. If you're not joking, you should talk to somebody. I mean, I'm not looking at your harmonics charts. I could give a shit less. Most do. There's just usually a waiting period before they do. I don't think most do. I think most don't. Some do. But you have to have them for like years before they'll pay out for anything like that. Does Gherkin need to start adding hotline numbers to the stream template description? Apparently, because SPX dropped $2 and then went back up $1. Hmm. Do we have auctions today? Yeah, 3 and 6 month. Maybe that's when the Treasury will announce their bullshit. Nope. Okay, I just had my 3rd ever driving lesson, and now I can turn left. Let's fucking go. Congratulations, man. You've done it. Wait, can you turn right? 10 trillion of issuance, only in 17-week auctions. You know, cup and handles as a technical indicator only have like a 50% success rate, right? What if she comes out and says, nah, we don't need any auctions because everything is awesome? SPX 5000. Like that. I just want her to issue enough debt that Moody's downgrades US debt. No, it doesn't. 50% random guess. Yeah. Tell me more about your completely subjective trading systems. Yearly interest is $1 trillion. She needs at least $1 trillion to issue, right? I mean, yeah, debt payments are going up, so she'll probably have to issue more. I think right now 816 billion is expected. So if it exceeds that, that'd be kind of bearish because the assumption is going to be that come Wednesday when the QRA comes out, that she's going to lean more heavily on bonds than bills because I think the term premium on the 10-year is slightly more advantageous than the short, like the longer end of the curve is slightly more advantageous as far as term premium goes. The 10-year specifically, but the 20 and 30 as well. Now hear me out, Vega. Okay. I don't disagree with you. I can see that happening. That's why I'm holding on to my underwater puts. Hmm. Why is shitcoin rocketing? I don't know. Is it? It's up 2%. What's up, Dork? Nice. Should have the TSMC news about them delaying 3 nanometer chip fab in the US because of waning demand ring alarm bells for NVIDIA? Aren't the H100s like a 5 nanometer process? The next like AI chip is supposed to be 3 nanometer, I think. H100s are 5 okay. That's what I thought. At this point, a strong correction gets us back to 4,500. So we'll need a stronger one? Ugh, boring. No one's even buying calls. What the fuck is this from? Whole reliable selling puts. And if they sold too many puts, this is gonna go right back down again. Well, everyone and their mother is expecting poor earnings from Starbucks. Boycott shenanigans. Starbucks is boycotted? I don't even look at Starbucks. I don't play earnings. Have fun with it though. Shooting pumpkin spice rockets at Gaza. Damn. Nothing like the market pumping itself. Didn't they sell $60 Stanley Cups that cost $5 to make? I thought that was like Target. Susquehanna PT for AMD, 210. Tell me you're looking to sell the top without saying you're selling the top. I mean, what is that? Like a forward P of 1700? It's not like, it's not that crazy anymore. Hmm. Isn't the Stanley Cup a golf competition or something? Sounds about right. Something with sticks. Hmm. Mm, no, there's a lot of resistance right here. I don't know what we're going for. Maybe we're gonna get the Treasury announcement soon. I still don't know what time that comes out today. You're selling a short straddle? Oh, I see. Expecting the announcement to be bullish. Not necessarily, but I should probably hedge the upside a little bit. Do I need to hedge the upside? Eh. Hmm. Do you have PayPal Greeks after the drop last week? Give me 1 second. I might. Yeah, Delta neutral is 57.99. It was 58.75. It bounced off of that. Dealer Delta picked up into the end of the day Friday last week. Gamma's positive. Uh, Charm is probably positive as of today. GN's down at like 54, and Gamma Max is at 68. You're looking hella rugged today, my man. Thanks, Baradactyl. Tell these fuckers to remember to escape on the clock if you'd be so kind. Will do. Guys, make sure you get your manscaping done on company time. If they want you to be at the top of your game, they should be paying you for it. What if God came down one day and just said it's pronounced Jod left? Would he first have to be real, obviously? Kind of like the GIF guy, the guy who made GIFs. Evergrande 4.0. What is this tomfoolery, and why am I not a billionaire yet? This is now the infinite money glitch you promised when I showed you the goods 30 months ago. Yeah, I can't find those in my DMs anymore, so if you want to forward them, that'd be cool. Thank you, BMG. How you doing, man? It's been a while. Still working your ass off? The G is silent. It's just odd. Back in the office? Ugh, that sucks. It's Gawe. Hmm. Is Tesla gonna keep going up? Really hope so. It's almost back at 190. What's my debit spread worth now? Slightly less. Hmm. I should probably close that. Recommendations on a rice cooker under $100. I have a cuckoo. Or cuckoo? I don't know how it's spelled. Hold on, let me look up the brand. Nope, I didn't read the first time. They're pretty cheap. Like I have a 6-cup one. Zojirushis are good, but most of them aren't under $100. I think they have a couple models that are cheap. If I'm looking at the thing, I think the Treasury announcement's at 11:30. Shoot me the link because it's past 11:30, and I don't see anything on their press releases. Or is it 11:30 your time? Central. Yeah, my rice cooker has a pressure feature. I don't know if I want the cooker to have just the glass gravity weighted lid or the clamp down style. Hmm. That's what I was wondering, but with less disdain for Central. Pre-market. That's the QRA, Lily. I'm not looking for the QRA announcement. So today the Treasury should announce the total amount being borrowed for Jan through March, which is estimated to be 816 billion. Bulls are fighting super duper hard for that gap fill. Which gap? There is no gap. Bulls are just pushing super duper hard. A massive leg down earlier had a gap in it. No, it didn't. I'm not on Hankanashi candles. There's no gap. Oh, TradingView has kind of incomplete data usually. VIX halted? I don't know what the fuck's going on with VIX. VIX has a big gap. It seems boring. I'm going to use my money to degenerately bet on sports instead of the markets for now. DM when you find a truly degenerate option play so I can lose it all or make stacks. All right, man. How's Hum looking right now? It's kind of coming back. That one's pretty fucking degenerate. Now they're getting ready to do a sad. I mean, I hope not. I figure they push this hard, they'd at least try for like 4,900 again, right? Oh, VIX is gonna do a sad. Hmm. Humana, the insurance company? Yeah. Yeah, they reported that because of Medicaid, they're just not going to make money anymore. And the stock tanked. But it dropped so low, it went down to the level where the market maker was about to go long Vana. And now it's bouncing off of that point, which is super bullish for squeezing out the shorts to the upside. Or the market gets wrecked and it goes down to like 300. It could really go either way, but it's a fun one. How do I go about hedging Hum? Hmm. Actually, Hum. I would probably. I mean, I guess you just get like an out of the money put or something. That's probably the best way to do it. What's up, Gherkin? Do anything fun this weekend? Nope. No, I didn't. I had sushi. That was pretty good. And I went to Brooklyn and I got some pizza with a friend of mine. And then we went to the aquarium. which is fucking stupid. That was about it. Octavius von Centaurus the 8th. Look at your DM. Is that the Treasury document time? Yep, that might be the one. So it's coming out at 3 p.m. Thank you. Wait, no, that's not it. That's October 30th. So no, that's not it. The next release is the 29th. I'm not looking for the QRA. I know when the QRA is. Oh, the next release is the 29th. Where? It doesn't say anything. Jan 31st. Oh, okay, yeah. Okay, so actually scheduled Jan 29, 2024. I guess it's at 3 p.m. then. Oh, son of a bitch. It's not the QRA. It's like it's the financing estimates. So it's a different document. The QRA is on Wednesday. The longer dated stuff is expensive. I don't think it's going to take that long to turn around, but it might. So I don't have a lot of theta on it right now, because I think the shorts are going to squeeze off, and the cover bid's going to drive us back towards a mean reversion, which would be at like 390, 380, 390. A little birdie told me Hum is going to have layoffs soon. Bullish. I'm looking at May 17 400s. That might work. May is going to be when they reweight the insurance costs. And that's going to show insurance costs going up. So that could be bullish for them and like UNH. Layoffs are always bullish. Well, unless you're Salesforce. You lay people off and then you have to hire them back for more money. Can we get another VIX spike like earlier? That would be cool. I wouldn't mind that. Thank you for sharing your Tesla thoughts on the Dilly stream. I made some money. Nice, dude. Can we get a VIX spike that just says hi all day, please? I'd like that a lot more. How about we slow crawl back up to VIX 15 into the end of the day? How would you feel about that, Dork? If it means SPX 4870 end of day, I'm cool with it. 4875, you mean? You like 4915 or 85 more? For what? Oh, like which way we're going? I think this is gonna start breaking down now. End of day today? Our most likely closing price is somewhere between 48.90 and 48.85. Which isn't a crazy range. Hmm. Imagine if people bought puts. That would be wild. That'd be pretty cool. Yeah. What'd you do, popcorn? About a June 48.95. That's a lot of theta. I'll sell it if we test 48.90. All right. I'll buy some March 15 400s and hedge them with some bottom of the chain puts to keep me afloat if it fails. I'm a responsible man. That doesn't sound so terrible. Yeah, I mean if it loses like 350 again, it's gonna just keep going down. So I mean there's definitely a downside play there. But the fact that it bounced last Friday and is so far held above that 350 level is probably pretty bullish on it. It's only one good rice maker, Panasonic. Whoa, whoa, whoa. That's not true at all. Also, if you get a rice cooker with a glass lid, you should probably just move to Wisconsin and eat mayo sandwiches. Do they eat those there? That's kind of nasty. Oh goodness, my put is ruined. Does Amazon 162.50 weeklies looking numb? How's Amazon doing today? It's up a little bit. I used to live in Wisconsin, and I've never had a mayo sandwich. Yeah, I'd assume they'd put cheese on it, at least. Like a cheese and mayo sandwich. Do you have any upside exposure with the Treasury info coming out today? Not really, no. I probably should. I just had a 4900, but I got stopped out of it. I think it comes out at 3 o'clock, though. Or that's at least what it looks like. This is the worst. The market's not crashing, popcorn. Cheese slices or the bread? Low carb. It sounded like it on Sunday. All you did was bear. So I bought puts. You didn't. First of all, you didn't even watch the Sunday stream. I heard you say so. Second of all, no one said bear. All of the quant projections were mildly flat to slightly bearish into the end of the week. Are you still holding your underwater puts? Yeah. I kind of believe in them. I shouldn't, but I do. I live in Wisconsin. If we put mayo on a sandwich, we toast it and put bacon, lettuce, and tomato on it. Cheese is best eaten as just cheese so as not to confuse flavors. What about when don't you guys like cover cheese and bread and then fry it? Are we gonna moon? I don't think so. But what's mooning to you? If 4900's the moon, maybe. Do you mean grilled cheese? Nope, that's different. That's cheese sandwiched in bread. Five bips. If one quant were to unexpectedly become an astronaut and be sent to Mars, would you consider a popcorn trader as a replacement? Yes. Wisconsin does brandy old fashions? Garbage. You're not a quant, BMG. You can't. I'm generally pretty busy on Sundays, so we would have to change Sunday streams to Tuesdays. Aren't you at work on Tuesdays? You'd consider me before popcorn trader. Hmm. Well, popcorn trader might be illiterate, but he can do math. Like I said, I'm not very busy on Tuesdays. You could consider a Squid Game-esque quant tryout. I'm not sure people would fight to the death to be not paid to do work. Although I guess people work at Starbucks. Hmm. Are you good at math? I'm pretty good at math. I'm good at all the math that I've been taught. Didn't we just have one of those? Yeah, I thought we did. I thought we just did a Squid Game for a quant, but it wasn't really Squid Games. It was more like a robust application process. Kirk's really good at saying math jargon. I would apply some really inappropriate models to finance, but make it sound really intelligent. That's all you need to do. It doesn't need to work. It just needs to sound good. If you're so good at math, name one number. 9. I got an A in my stats course in high school and college. Congratulations. Will Apple take the market if they come out with a negative outlook for a third straight quarter, or will it be ignored per usual? I mean, it does tank when they come out with their negative outlook. It just immediately recovers. Tell these assholes to stop leaning into the carry trade. I can't. Why would they do that? I don't remember if I got that A in college stats, to be honest. Who else would have gotten it? If you were an NFL coach, what would your halftime speeches be like? I don't know. Just use like just use the one from Rudy or something and hope no one notices. Hmm. Oh my god, this is boring as fuck. QQQ just grossly overperforming. Can't believe we're not getting any like event risk priced into VIX right now. There's so much shit going on this week. What are you, girls or something? Zach Galifianakis is a football coach. I don't know, but if Jonah Hill could get a job in baseball based on statistics, then I can be a quant. That's a movie, BMG. Iron Condors are happy. I closed mine already. I guess I could sell new ones. Some ad just guaranteed I was losing money. Chexport, this is too targeted. Gotta stop giving your broker data to Google. That's it. I hit my risk on my 48.95p. Lost $10. It's the pain trade. Yeah. I've been checking out all month dealing with family loss. I'm sorry, man. I don't have an awful song written for you at this time, but I will be back. Thanks for keeping me entertained. I'm sorry to hear that, man. I wish you and your family the best. I'll see you when you get back. This is super boring. Have you ever questioned existence while staring at 3 screens, asking yourself, man, I should just quit all this and start slanging that rock? This guy did that. Interesting. It was actually a documentary about Jonah Hill becoming a baseball stats guy. I think he did this after he joined and subsequently left the OTC trading desk that committed widespread fraud. But was that before or after he became an international arms dealer? Iron Condors must have been very successful between 1200 and 600 BC. Probably. Profit margins on slang and rock can be pretty lucrative. NFA. It's a real American small business. I think it was after that, before he went undercover with that super hot guy at a high school. It was after that and before he became Eddie Murphy's son-in-law. Is Eddie Murphy still making movies? Could you claim unemployment as a rock slinger? Oh, that's awkward. Probably not. Doesn't sound like a stand-up guy. No wonder Emma Stone didn't want to go out with him. These were documentaries. Oh, okay. I should put it on my resume. Owned a small business, profitable every quarter, managed several employees. What the fuck is going on? Hmm. This is all futures? Or is it like NQ? Oh, it's futures. Curious. Okay. Is that it? What the fuck was that? Market's doing weird shit. 49.2650. That's an out of the money call spot. They sell them already? I don't see that many. That was a big move for that little delta. Yeah. Sent you a link. Oh, thank you. So yeah, it's the one at 3 p.m. And specifically in that report, we're looking for borrowings. Could we have a leak of that? I have a haircut at 2:30. Wait, didn't you just get your haircut? It sold too many puts again. They didn't really sell any puts. There's not been much put selling, which is the reason this hasn't failed yet. Well, at least not failed spectacularly. My hair grows fast? That's ridiculous. Do people even offer haircuts down there? And Pterodactyl's literally got an entire business built around that. It's not like you who gets 2 haircuts a year. That's not true. I get one. Normal short hair humans with jobs go once a month. It's too often. If Jork cuts his own hair, like he cooks his pork chops, it would be on fuck my shit up. uh, I get the feeling nothing's gonna happen here till 3 o'clock, Jork. Pork chop hater. IT guys never get them. It takes away from our credibility. What about programmers? How do you mess up cooking a pork chop? What is this, amateur hour? I don't know that anybody messed up cooking a pork chop. Do you have GMDNGN for DKNG? I might not. Do I? Nope. Actually, do I have it here? I only have it. I don't have it for today. I have it up for Friday. 32 for Delta, 31 for Gamma, 39 for GM. Hmm. I'll make a pork chop that will change your mind, dude. What, about people not being able to fuck them up? You're gonna make me a terrible pork chop? When higher probability for hum vaps? Um, I don't know if the probability improves. It's already highly probable that it goes up more. I guess we're looking for more calls to come in. There's been a lot of put selling, but not a lot of call buying yet. Hmm. $49.0375. I'm getting like inaccurate data here or something. No. Maybe buying calls on like tomorrow's expiration or something. Wednesday's expiration? That's too much delta for 0 DTEs. How much call buying is there? I mean, not a lot on the 0 DTE side. A little bit, but not a ton. Fast gamma is moving up really close to spot, too. Oh, there we go. Yeah, they're buying calls for tomorrow. Wednesday? Wednesday's got some interest at 25 and 50. Most of it's at 48.75 though. Yeah, usually they wait till later in the day to buy next day positions, but maybe they finally figured out that they need to not sell puts in order to keep the price up. That doesn't mean someone's not going to show up and sell puts, but So far, not a lot of put selling going on. VIX is pretty flat here. $48.85p dead? I don't know if they're dead, but they're definitely not doing well. I'll probably get a better exit on them, but they probably won't end up being profitable unless it's after 3 o'clock. At which point, I'm not sure I'll still have them. Puts on indexes are only for scalping. Change my mind. I disagree. In a positive gamma environment, sure. But I guess an argument could be made for that. I think this will fail if anybody starts selling volatility. Right now, they're not doing that. But they're also not buying a lot of 0DTs either. Dork, why did you have to tweet about bulls buying Delta? Is this the world's longest bear flag? I think so. Let's see them put their money where their mouth is. They've been doing that. They're buying all their calls for tomorrow. None for today. Yeah, someone's selling puts again. Dave showed up and sold puts. Hmm. Now let's see if he makes the problem worse and tries to sell more of them. Thanks for being the Munger to my Buffett. No problem. Just got an ad for John Carter's Squeeze Pro indicator. Seems like a good guy. I'm buying in. It's probably bears selling puts to make it go down. Silly bears finally inverse themselves. I don't I don't know about that. Maybe. Hmm. Ooh. Let's fill all the gaps, including the one at 48.44. They're still shorting vol. Futures rejected off of 49.25. Downside momentum picks up under 49.20, probably. You're so regularly handsome. You're not a snack. You're a whole ass buffet. Pterodactyl with the compliments today. Thank you so much. 844, you say, time for a few YOLO puts. This isn't going to 844 right now. I mean, that'd be really cool, but call selling? I mean, there's definitely some stop losses getting hit. You ever projected big sad, and then life becomes big sad, but you blame someone else for making life big sad? No, I don't think so. That seems oddly specific. You doing okay, BMG? You want to talk, man? Greg, if you were Sumerian, you'd be a 12. Is IEP a good stock to buy? God, no. Kirk getting the Riz. I'd appreciate a break of 95. 90 is important. 95, I guess a little bit. But 90 is way more important. I was just seeing if we could get a big personal story out of that. I don't have one. Mine are 80s. Ouch. Hmm. All right. Damn, they're really trying. What, prop the price up? I mean, I don't think they want to lose 95. They don't have that good of a foothold below that. And there's actually, well, I'm not sure if these are the puts they sold, but there's a lot of puts at 90 now. And calls are still falling off the chain. This market is hot garbage. It is. Liquidity and retail grab for a 49.20 tickle. Jesus, that'd be a pretty big fucking drop. 2 more red candles, please, and thank you. This is day 4 of being trapped in puts. I shouldn't have DCA'd into. This is actually the worst. Come on, do something. It's just consolidation. This is a big resistance level. It's really important. Some of the bulls rug pulled the other bulls, which, you know, it's awkward. VIX going straight down is hilarious. It's because they're trying to short vol and turn the drop around. This is the only reason we're going down, Dork. Freaking Todd's in there trying to sell the 85 and the 90. We need a 20-point drop on a single candle. That'd be cool. What was our big one earlier? Like 5 and 5? We had one for 7 today. Oh, what did I do? Why don't you guys try shorting more volatility? Did you think about doing that? Sell some more puts. It's gonna work. Just keep doing it. We were praising the bulls for thinking for once, and they took it as a taunt. This is what happens when you don't vote for Kanye. Did you ever watch the movie about GameStop? Which one? Like the actual movie? No. I would never pay money to see that I'm not paying already to a streaming service. Maybe if we short VIX enough. Then have the Squawk Box talk about how VIX down signals low fear, then the boomers will buy more stocks or something. This is fucking ridiculous. Think we see continued downs here? Maybe. I'd like that. That would be cool. Futures is still chopping a lot. Ugh. Didn't quite break the 49.20 level. So another like big volume push to the downside. Hmm. I wish I had a put they weren't selling the fuck out of. VIX up, Dixie up, SPX up. Dixie's not up as much as it was. Retest 4,900. Tesla future is high again? We're pretty far from that. I haven't abused anybody in the pickle jar. I did change AJ's name to asshole, but I don't regret it. Don't we need an all-time high to keep the bull market going? So another like a new high today would confirm that we were pushed like that our trend up still had strength. We haven't gotten that yet. I think we're still lower than Friday's high. Especially on ES. I feel abused. How? Do we need an all-time high to keep the bull market? Oh, you did, but it was warranted many times. It's not like he can't change it back, but he chooses not to. I'd say you abused Moonwind into never coming back. Oh, you missed it. He came back like 3 weeks ago and became a pigeon whale. But he's been completely silent in chat, or he changed his name. Petition to rename Bob to Pork Chop Hater. Go for it. You haven't modded me on Discord? Otherwise, I'd be way ahead of you. But Carl's gonna leave if I moderate you. Tell us how you really feel, BMG. Do you believe that Carl would actually leave? I do not. I don't either. But my job's all about managing personalities, and Carl really needs his ability to time people out. It's an important part of keeping his self-confidence at a level where it's not too high. Um I genuinely hope he was listening so he knows how little I think of him. And genuinely, that's a low bar for being the stain on the underpants of this chat. You haven't modded me on YouTube, or else I'd be able to MF and curse without looking like a GD moron Mormon teenager. That's smarts, isn't it, Dave? Carl ain't gonna do nothing. You trying to get timed out by Carl? Really fighting for 95. Like I said, it's an important level. The dip buying fail look kind of spicy. It's nice. Still need to fail 95. Otherwise, none of it matters. Fucking stop swearing, you goddamn fucking fucks. Exactly. Maybe for old time's sake. I don't know if Carl's around, but I think he started his new job this week or something. But I got you, man. Dork gives the nicest timeouts, so like 10 seconds long. Look, I became a mod to swear the timeouts are just a bonus. Alright. What do I want for lunch? I'm fucking hungry. Maybe I'll make like a sandwich, some olives. Do you have any pickles? I don't have any pickles. Snacking cheese? Croque madame? Hmm. You could order a Costco chicken bake. That's fucking disgusting. Just eat a block of Pecorino Romano. I like where your head's at. Your timeouts don't hit the same as antagonizing Carl into doing something. You can antagonize Dork and just say bips a bunch. Lily just did it. And he got banned. Or, well, timed out. I have a Stilton and Jarlsberg. Huh. I just had Kava. My last firm moved away from this area, so I switched firms. Dork's too nice. He's a little bip. Pasta and a nice burgundy. I don't have any burgundy. I think I only have like white girl wine. A nice barefoot? No, I have Cloudy Bay Sauvignon Blanc. Which is arguably the whitest of white girl wines. That's the only reason I own it. No, it's Cloudy Bay. What's Monkey Bay? That sounds like one that you get at a gas station. 3 shots of espresso and a cigarette for lunch. Is that what you had today? Are you just the Marlboro Man popcorn trader? I don't smoke cigarettes, only cigars. I hate cigars. Yeah, I don't know. I've just never liked them. Same cancer. True. Well, you don't inhale cigars, so you usually get mouth cancer instead of lung cancer. Last week I went about 3 kilograms of Pecorino Romano for work. It cost me 83 euros. Jesus. That's a lot of fucking Pecorino. What kind? I've been getting really into like the various types of Pecorino. Right now I have a 3-year Pecorino. Stravecchio? That one's whew, sharp, picante. Picante. Cloudy Bay? You should just throw that away or start the Kate Moss diet. The Pecorino Ray Romano is musky. Congratulations, Shaven Balls. The White House has notified Congress that the U.S. has troops on the ground in Yemen, per The Intercept. Oh shit. Bullish. What's in Yemen? Is there anything there? Pecorino is one of the few cheeses made with raw milk. It doesn't trigger my aggressive lactose intolerance. It was DOP? Always. I've got right now I have Fulvi. And then I have the 3-year, which I don't know what that one's called. This one's like 6 months or 60 days. 60 days. I have the Stravecchio. I think it's 2 C's. And that's 3 years. And then I have, what's the other one that I have? I think it's, oh, I have, this one, which is, Locatelli. And that's 90 days. Oh no, I'm sorry, 9 months. I really like this one. The Fulvi, that one's really good. It's very nutty. Hedge fund and Durand blew up shorting oil. Nice. Just got back. What Harry Potter spells are you putting on the screen? Just different cheeses I'm doing right now. Did you do the great value graded parm in a can yet? That's fucking disgusting, John. Okay. Don't eat that shit. It's just like cellulose and MSG and salt. I want to get some Pecorino Sardo. Okay, third time's the charm to break 95. That'd be cool. There's a lot of support on futures at like 49.20. We've run into it like twice now with Hmm. What's this? How fucking long did Dork time me out for? Wait, I don't know. Hold on. Did Dork time you out finally? 600 seconds. Holy shit. Get wrecked, scrub. God damn, Dork. You shouldn't have said he was too nice. Only I get to tell Dork that. He can't time me yet. And he's not nice. He's just an optimist. Ugh. Hmm. Alright, so some of the calls are falling off. Not quite bearish yet. Still nobody buying puts at all. The only puts are being sold. But there's a big fucking pile of puts at 90 and 85. So that's pretty cool. I would like it if those would go in the money. Are we the only ones buying puts? Maybe, yeah. All the 85 and 90 puts are just the pickle jars. We're looking good though, you know? Trading 46,000 in volume on each strike today. Not bad. Another manic Monday. Calls weak, puts are sweaty, mom's spaghetti. Nice, Nuke. I've got calls. That's almost as bad. Wait, which ones do you have? I might have sold them to you. I sold 4905s and bought 4910s. Never mind. Logged into my brokerage. 4K, negative 4K. You need to not like leave trades open when you're at work. Why don't you just open inverse condors or inverse butterflies? Hum, I suppose that's true. Yeah, Hum's not having the best day. Although it's not having the worst one either. It's kind of recovering a bit from its big dumpies earlier. I would like it to just rocket up to 400, and then I can close my positions. Unless this breaks down in the next 40 minutes, I'm going to be getting a haircut with no idea how my position is doing. Oh boy. If it pumps, are you going to get a Hummer? The vanity plate Hummer? Interesting. I mean, if it went to 400, I stand to make a decent amount of money. Maybe set a trailing stop percent. Yeah, yeah. Well, it depends on your broker. Not every broker has trailing stops on options. That'd be quite the humdinger. Okay, that's enough. No more hum puns. $400 and I make back all my overhold losses and prey losses for the last 2 weeks. That would not be a lesson learned. I mean, Fidelity does have trailing percentage stops on options, I think. WeBull doesn't. WeBull has stops and stop limits. I'm pretty sure Fidelity has a trailing stop loss for options. I think they have both limit and percentage. File a class action lawsuit against your broker for not having assistive touch. Hmm. It depends on the exchange. Some exchanges don't have that. You know they're gonna pump this shit before end of day. I feel like they pumped this shit already. But maybe. Yeah. We still got a couple hours till the Treasury announcement. Are they buying more calls and trying to push for 49.15? They've been buying calls and selling puts on the entirety of this small drop. The problem is they're kind of still, well, they're still sort of selling more puts than they're buying calls. Also, somebody's selling calls. Somebody's selling like a lot of calls above 4,900. I think it's at 3 o'clock. Like the press release is at 3 o'clock. Vic Spike looks like the Eye of Sauron. why are my 4885s dead? Greg, poke them with a stick. They're alive. They have to be. I can't lose them. Not like this. Exactly like this. I think they were like selling puts made it fall. So like, oh, better sell calls then. I don't think a lot of calls are being sold, but some are. They're all just huddled around the cracker, sweating profusely, hoping not to be last. Was there any particular data today that took the 49.10 35 test off the table? A lot of that positioning dropped going into market open. And the rest of it kind of fell off with the manufacturing news earlier. The Dallas Fed manufacturing missed hard. And I think that's when we saw like the last of the shorter dated 25 positioning come off. I think that range is still open for tomorrow though, because there's a bunch of like 49.15, 49.25 for Wednesday. Yeah, it doesn't mean it can't come back, but it did drop off. Oh, Jesus, the pump. Yep. Interesting. Um, hmm. AI is bouncing back again today. Delta neutral on that thing's kind of annoying. Tesla's coming back down. Amazon broke 160. Is any of big tech up a lot? Nvidia is. Microsoft's doing okay. Meta looks good. I think I kind of expected that. Um, Visa's up quite a bit today. Hmm. Beyond went back under 7. Tupperware moved up a little bit. In before exuberance carries us to 25. Not sure we have to worry about that yet. Yeah, the range isn't, it's not impossible. But 4,900 is still kind of a big resistance. All right, I'm going to make a sandwich. It's 485, 85 off the table here. Probably until the Treasury news comes out. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. I love having the confidence to just walk away, knowing that our price is highly unlikely to change. One hour and 22 minutes till my SPY 505 monthlies prompt because Mama Yelly lies about how much she's selling. That might be true. Man, VIX is fucking weird today. Well, we double tested like the low on futures at 49.20, well, 49.19.75 and failed to break down. Well, now we're just waiting to see if they sell too many puts again. White House live on update about Yemen. Okay. U.S. corporate bond sales hit 176 billion today. This is the 5th trading day where we've been testing these levels. It hasn't been 2 weeks. Not even. Maybe we should watch the White House update. Yeah, all right.
Russia's war against Ukraine, the Middle East, of course, the DPRK, South China Sea, and Burma. And they also discussed cross-strait issues.
Thanks, John. A couple of just basic fact pattern questions. Can you confirm that the initial reports suggest that this was misidentified for a U.S. drone that was returning to that base?
I cannot.
Can you update us on has the U.S. definitively confirmed attribution of the attack beyond just vaguely Iran-backed militias? Do you have a specific militia group that you know launched this attack?
We're still working our way through that right now.
You said that the president was still weighing his options. Does that imply that the president right now has not made a decision how he wants to respond?
I won't get ahead of the president's decision making. He, as I said, he met twice with the national security team, including not very long ago. When we have something to speak to, we'll speak to it.
And speaking to it, will we hear directly from the president? Will he speak to the American people about this attack and his response when it happens?
Well, he mentioned it yesterday in South Carolina. I don't have anything on his schedule to speak to, but I have no doubt that he'll continue to communicate with the American people about how important it is that these missions continue and that our troops and our facilities are safe.
And last one for me, has the president directed any change to force posture?
See, the Department of Defense has the best.
We don't talk
mics.
about force posture changes one way or another, and we certainly don't pre-announce them, particularly when it comes to areas on the ground that are potentially under threat. I can just tell you that the president's confident that the Defense Department under Secretary Austin will do what they got to do to look after force protection issues.
John, do you expect the president would go to Dover for the dignified transfer when these Americans are returned to the United States?
I don't have anything on his schedule to speak to.
Given the fact that while there are Americans in harm's way frequently, it has been a while since we have had this kind of an incident resulting in deaths. Do you think that is a consideration of the public type
Is this bullish
of
for
response? There are a
SPX?
range of
Probably not,
responses
'cause it
the president could
directly
use.
affects oil.
They go from, military strikes to sometimes it's cyber, sometimes it's things the public cannot see. Do you believe this event rises to a level where whatever the president's decision is would have a public, we would know when?
You mean you're going to know? Well, again, without getting ahead of the president's decision making, I won't do that. And as I said in my opening statement, I'm not going to telegraph punches. We'll make these decisions on our own time. As I said, the president will choose for himself how he wants to respond. And as I said in the opening statement, we'll do it fully cognizant of the fact that now, and what just happened, American lives have been taken. And so his decisions, whatever they are, will be informed by all those circumstances.
Wait, didn't you
What
just
that
tell me
looks
that
like
a hedge
and
fund
when
blew
that
up shorting
comes,
oil?
I'm just not able to say right now.
Thanks, Admiral. Was this strike in Jordan fundamentally different than what American forces have been facing for months now? In other words, does the U.S. believe this was a deliberate attempt at escalation?
It's fundamentally different now because we have 3 families who just got the worst possible news. That's different. And the scope of the wounded, now more than 30 injured, some of them seriously, that's also different. And it's possible that the number of wounded could go up. As you may know, traumatic brain injury symptoms, for instance, don't present themselves right away, and that is a very serious physical injury itself. But this wasn't the first drone attack on an American facility in the region. There have been others. And the fact that this one had lethal consequences doesn't mean that the previous ones weren't intended by these Iran-backed militias to have that same effect. This time they killed Americans and they wounded a lot of them. It doesn't mean that they wouldn't have preferred that outcome in the past.
An official has told ABC News, confirming the report about how the troops there had mistakenly identified the drone as one of their own. Can you talk about how this might have gotten past the defense systems at Tower 22?
I think I'm going to let the Defense Department talk about the forensics on this. I'm sure that they are already picking it apart and trying to figure out how this happened, and it'd be inappropriate for me to get ahead of that.
And in your interviews all morning, you didn't rule out a strike in Iran. Can you just talk a little bit about the array of options in front of the president? And, for instance, could this be in phases? Could we see a smaller scale one, then a larger scale one later? Like what's the array of options?
No, I'm not going to do that. I appreciate the question. That's why I tried to take it out of the consideration in my opening statement. I'm simply not going to talk about that right now.
Lastly, do you think this could complicate the ongoing ceasefire negotiations to release more hostages?
There's no reason that whatever our response is, there's no reason for that to have an impact on our ability to try to get these hostages released. And as I said last week, so I can say today, those discussions are ongoing. We believe they have been constructive and are moving in a good direction. Don't want to sound sanguine here. There's a lot of work left to be done. We don't have an imminent deal to speak to, but based on the discussions we've had over the weekend and in recent days, we feel it's moving in a good direction.
Thanks, great. John, how does the president balance a desire to not see escalation in the region with a decision to respond?
That's the hard part of it, isn't it, Jeff? I mean, that's what being commander-in-chief is all about, is acting in accordance with our national security interests. What's unacceptable to those interests and what has to be done to protect those interests. There's no easy answer here. And that's why the president is meeting with his national security team, weighing the options before him. He'll do that as he's done in the past in a very careful, deliberate way, so that our national security interests are best preserved.
And has the administration communicated via a third party to Iran the message that you're saying on TV about not wanting to have escalation?
I am not aware, as you and I are speaking, that there's been a private message relayed to leaders in Iran. We have done that in the past, but as you and I are speaking right now, I'm not aware of such a mechanism.
And just on the hostages, can you give us an update on the latest there and what you expect in terms of a ceasefire?
Well, again, the discussions have been pretty constructive. What we're, and I want to be careful here because don't want to say anything that would torpedo the deal we're trying to put in place. But what we're trying to work on is another humanitarian pause of sufficient duration that will allow a large number of hostages to get released. And as you've seen in the past, when we did this back in November, you got to have a pause in the fighting to get them safely out. So that's what we're aiming at. And then, of course, if you get that period of time, whatever that ends up being, then you can take advantage of it to get more humanitarian assistance. And certainly, when there's a pause in the fighting, that means there'll be a reduction in civilian casualties, which is also a goal of ours.
Admiral, can you confirm, is the president currently actively considering potential attacks inside Iran?
We are not looking for a war with Iran. We are not seeking a conflict with the regime in a military way. And as I said in the opening, we're not looking to escalate here. This attack over the weekend was escalatory. Make no mistake about it. And it requires a response. Make no mistake about that. I will not get ahead of the president's decision making.
I'm already
You're
long,
not saying
however.
either way whether striking inside Iran is or isn't.
We are
on the
not
table.
looking for a war with Iran, MJ. I am not going to speak to the president's decisions.
And the administration's assessment for a number of months now has been that Iran does not want a direct war with the U.S. either. Does yesterday change that assessment?
I'm not at liberty to discuss or to speculate about what the supreme leader wants or doesn't want. Clearly, these attacks continue, and now they've had lethal consequences. We know these groups are supported by Iran. Make no mistake about that. We know that. And this administration has taken action in the past to hold them accountable, and we've taken action over the last 3 years to hold Iran accountable for a range of destabilizing
Please
activities.
shut up asking
Issued
about
more than
war.
500 sanctions, or
What?
500
No,
entity
don't-
sanctions just since we came
don't
into
stop
office,
saying the word
as
war.
well
I
as
have
changing our
thoughts.
force posture in the Middle East appropriately. So we'll just, we'll continue to look at the options available to us.
Is it clear to you now whether the attack yesterday was at Iran's direct urging, or if this was
Supreme
more
leader?
a
I think
proxy
he's
group that
referring to
was
the
mostly acting on its own?
I'm not going to talk about intelligence issues. We know that Iran supports these groups. The degree to which they order and direct is something that intelligence analysts will look at. We know they support them. We know they
We should have
resource them. We
calls.
know they train
We're
them.
good.
We know
Not
that
right
they're
away.
certainly not discouraging these attacks, whether it's attacks by the Houthis, what Hamas did on the 7th of October,
War,
what
fear,
Hezbollah has proven
escalation,
capable of doing, and
escalators.
now, of course, what these militia groups continue to do in places like Iraq and Syria, and now Jordan.
And just one last one on the UNRWA controversy. Israel says that they have information about 13 employees who were connected to the October 7th attack. Do you have any reason to believe that that might have been more widespread, that there could be information that later indicates that it was beyond those 13 people?
I haven't seen any information that affirmatively makes that case, that it's more than now 13. I think last week we were looking at a dozen. That's why an investigation is so dang important here, so that we can look at the scope of the problem set. But you got 13,000 UNRWA employees, the UN Relief and Works Agency. You have 13,000 of them in Gaza alone. And as I said last week, let's not impugn the good work of a whole agency because of the potential bad actions here by a small number. I am not dismissing the seriousness of the allegations against
What do you
those
think
employees.
Djibouti thinks
and
about
whether
this?
there's
You
going to
know,
be more that'll be found.
The Prime Minister
hopefully the
hasn't gotten back to
investigation
me
will,
after I reached out
will give
about
us
what
more
kind
insight.
of
It is
diplomatic
important.
immunity
And
I can negotiate for the pickle
UNRWA
jar.
staff,
But I'm
Commissioner
sure we'll
General,
hear
and the
soon.
UN Secretary General Guterres last week made it clear they're taking this seriously. That's our expectation too. It's really important that this investigation be as thorough and as transparent and as credible as possible, and we're going to be watching real closely.
Is this guy a cousin of
John,
the
can I
Bushes?
push you a little bit more on the hostages and the linkage between the potential linkage between the hostages and whatever action you guys decide to take? One of the things you guys have talked about since October 7th is how intertwined the region is, whether it's Lebanon and Hezbollah or Hamas or Iran or the Houthis, and the difficulty with not wanting to set fire and a spark
Your
in one
Persian
place that
heritage
then
protects you, right?
goes
How do
all
we know
around the
you're not
region. So
siding with
what
them?
gives you any confidence?
I'm not
that
Persian.
If you
Was
guys are close
CrowdStrike
to a
used
deal
for
on
the
the
Yemen
hostages,
strike? Because
and then
Downey's.
the president orders a strike,
I have no idea, but that's
that
good news.
that deal doesn't fall apart as a result of outrage
I've
and
been to Djibouti
anger
several times.
in
Why do
the
you wanna go
region
there?
at the actions of the United
To
States.
open a
And
resort at the
how
world's
does the
largest
president,
fueling station.
How does the president make that calculation?
Like a truck stop.
Given 6 Americans still in Gaza and the other hostages and everything else.
I didn't say we were confident, though.
That way you
we,
can pull your tanker over, enjoy
we're mindful
our
of,
lovely resort, and wait out the
the way
hostilities till
some
you're clear
actors
to
in the
pass
region
through
are
the
trying to
Suez
make
Canal.
connections
Much better
across
than
the
going
region.
all the way around Africa.
What I said was, there's no reason why our work on a hostage deal needs to be affected or impacted by what
Resort
happened over the
and
weekend or
casino?
what we
Well,
do about
provided
what
that we
happened
can
over the
get
weekend, and we will
The
respond.
gaming licenses,
We
but
still want to
ideally.
keep the work going, our shoulder to the wheel on this hostage.
Are there
deal,
Wendy's in
and
Djibouti?
we'll just
Not
have
yet.
to see where it goes. I also want to repeat what I said earlier. We're not overly sanguine here. We're not cocky. We understand there's a lot of hard work ahead, and that work ahead of us diplomatically certainly might be affected by events elsewhere in the region, not just.
You
not
just want to
what
lure the
happened,
ships to
in
stay
Jordan,
longer
what
and make
might
the
come as a
inflation
result of that,
print
but
your
there's
puts.
no reason why
I don't know
and
what you're
that's why
talking about.
We're going to stay at that task.
Like some master plan to
Thanks,
orchestrate a
Kirby.
spike
Given
in
these deaths, does
inflation?
the White House acknowledge that the previous retaliatory strikes
What do you think,
that
I'm
it
part
has
of
taken in
OPEC?
the region have been ineffective at protecting American
Tortuga
troops?
2.0. That's a great
The-
name for it.
Strikes that we have taken in the past have definitely had an impact on degrading and disrupting the activities of some of these groups.
It's not like I
Clearly,
was sitting around one night thinking,
They
what's
have
the
decided
cheapest
to
possible
keep
way
conducting
that
those
I could be
attacks.
responsible
And
for
now
a supply
It's
shock?
had lethal consequences for American troops. And so we will weigh an additional set of options before us. The president will make his decision to respond appropriately. The attacks need to stop.
Does the president have all the legal authority he believes that he needs to respond to these attacks?
Yes.
What is the legal basis?
Article 2, Constitution, Commander-in-Chief, self-defense of our troops.
Doesn't believe he needs additional authority from Congress.
The president has
Here's
the
my
authority
question,
to
Lawrence.
take
Can we
the
get
action he
Zom
needs
to finance it?
protect our troops and our facilities overseas under Article 2.
Thanks. The president faces a great deal of political pressure here at home, with the Republicans, for example, calling for direct strikes on Iran. Does the president feel that pressure, and how much does that pressure weigh on his decision making?
The pressure the president's feeling, if you want to call it that, is to make sure we can continue to protect and defend our national security interests in the region. First and foremost, his mind is solidly, as I put in my opening statement, on the families of those who just got the worst possible news you can, and troops that are in the hospital trying to recover. Number two,
Can we
on
name
the
drinks
vital
of the
mission
resort,
sets
things
that our
like
troops
the
are
supply
performing
shocks,
across
the
the
Black
region. In this
Swan,
particular case of
the
counter-ISIS.
Booty Toot
That's the
Pilsner.
pressure he's under. Make sure that those troops get the support
Yeah.
that they need, get the resources they need, and that the mission is able to continue, and that our national security interests in the region, which are wide and varied, are preserved and protected.
So boots on the ground in Yemen,
You said
VIX
earlier
at
that
13.
this attack was escalatory, but the United States doesn't want a war. Do you believe that Iran wants a war?
That's up to Iran to decide and for Iran to speak to. I can't, as I said earlier, speak for the supreme leader. I wouldn't do that. Clearly, there's a calculus by at least the IRGC that conducting these attacks is worth the risk that they're taking.
They're doing calculus.
And we obviously are going to keep working to change that calculus.
Thank you. So NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg is in Washington. What are you hearing from the NATO allies? Are you sharing with you any concern about the possibility of a wider war?
You talking about the Middle East? Yeah, we're glad the Secretary General's here. I think he met with Secretary Austin this morning. I know he's meeting with Jake Sullivan today. Lots on the agenda. I won't speak for our allies or the Secretary General. I think it's safe to say that many of our European allies certainly share our concerns about what's going on in the Middle East. I mean, my goodness, many of them are participants, willing participants in our coalition in the Red Sea to protect shipping there. So clearly they have concerns about that. And I have no doubt that Secretary General will raise those issues with Jake and did raise it with Secretary Austin.
Another question, if I may, about the UN Agency for Palestinian Refugees. Several American allies are suspending their aid to the agency, but others are saying, okay, we can't cut off money right now amid warnings of famine, the collapse of the health system, and so many Palestinians displaced. The agency is saying that it will run out of money very soon. Do you fear that suspending the American aid to this agency is going to deepen the humanitarian crisis in Gaza? Do you have a plan B, an alternative to bring aid to the Palestinians?
I think a lot of it's going to depend on what the investigation finds and what accountability measures and corrective measures UNRWA is willing to make as a result of what happened. I mean, these are serious allegations, even though it's a small number. Percentage-wise of the 13,000 are on the ground in Gaza. I mean, this is serious, and they are taking it seriously. So let's see where the investigation goes. We understand that they are very, very dependent on donor contributions, and the United States has been the leading donor for many, many years. We have suspended our contributions to UNRWA pending the results of this investigation. All the more reason that, as I said, this investigation be credible, transparent, and thorough, and frankly, timely.
Thanks, John. And thanks, Green. I wanted to ask about the border. President Biden talked about shutting down the border on the basis of national security. Are there not steps that he could use under executive authority to some measures to kind of seal some of the border efforts?
He has said he's willing to use executive measures, and you know, if he gets the bill passed, if he gets border funding, and it includes those authorities, he'll use those authorities.
Why wait till Congress? Why not?
We need legislative support for border security measures, and we need the funding to be able to put in place border security measures that the president can utilize. He has done some things like putting U.S. troops down there to alleviate some of the responsibilities or administrative responsibilities of Border Patrol, but we need this funding.
And if I could ask about Venezuela, is the president considering any steps to take against Venezuela, whether it's tightening sanctions, regarding the High Court's decision to uphold the ban on the only viable opposition candidate posing a challenge to Maduro?
The Maduro regime, when they signed on in October down in Barbados, made some commitments about opposition political parties, about free and fair elections, and what all that meant. And they haven't taken those actions. Now, accordingly, they got till April to do so. So we have options available to us. I'm not going to preview any of those at this time, but we certainly have options with respect to sanctions and that
hitting
kind of thing that we could
49.05
take.
today?
They've got till April. They need to make the
I
right
don't
decisions
know.
here and allow
4,900's been
opposition
a solid,
members
like, wall.
to run for
We
office.
could. I
and
mean, I think, like, our end-of-day
release the
price
political
action
prisoners that they're
is
holding
just
right
going to depend entirely on the Treasury, right?
Admiral, so the U.S. is backing Israel annihilating Hamas, which is an Iranian proxy. Why isn't the U.S. doing the same thing with other Iranian proxies, like the one in Iraq, the one in Syria, which resulted in the death of the 3 servicemen, and down the road maybe in Yemen? Why is there's not a consistency?
Hamas violated a ceasefire that was in place, slaughtered 1,200 people, basically started this war against Israel. We're going to support our ally and our partner Israel as they fight this war. We are not. Go back to what I said in the beginning. We're not looking for a war with Iran. And
already at war with Iran?
we're not
Isn't that
looking.
clear?
We're not looking for a war with Iran.
And can
Thanks,
you?
Karen. John, I just want to clarify 2 of your previous answers in this briefing. Are you suggesting, in response to the border question, that the president is withholding executive
I think the
action on the
Treasury's
border
gonna need to issue
until he
more
gets the
than,
money that is part of this supplemental?
Well, I'm not suggesting that. I'm suggesting that the
The
way
question
forward,
is, are they
the
going
way
to tell us they
forward
need
is
to issue
get
more than they
this
estimated, or are
supplemental
they going to tack more
And
on
then,
halfway
in
through the
response
quarter?
to MJ's question earlier, it sounded like the administration
Well, that
has
really
ruled
depends
out
on
strikes within
duration,
Iran.
right? So,
Jackie, I appreciate
a lot
the
of people
question.
are looking for
I think you
duration
can
to
understand. I hope you
be-
can understand. I'm not going to telegraph
More
punches here.
duration
We
to
are
be
not
sold
looking for a war with Iran.
over this
We are not
fiscal
looking to
quarter than in
escalate the
prior.
tensions any more than they already have been escalating. In fact,
Due to the
everything
term
we've
premiums
done has
being
been
more
designed to try to
advantageous on
de-escalate
longer
those
dated
tensions.
bonds.
That said, this was a very serious attack. It had lethal consequences. We will respond, and we'll respond appropriately. I'm not going to telegraph what that's going to look like.
The question, though, was if you were actively considering targets inside Iran, and your answer was, we don't see conflict with Iran,
It depends
which
what kind
indicates
of
that the
duration they're going
administration
to issue.
would view
If they're going to issue
strikes
short
within
duration,
Iran
then
as
their estimate will
escalatory.
probably be low.
And so,
And then
is
they'll
it that the
probably add
administration
more
ultimately does not
during the
hold Iran
quarter.
responsible
If they're gonna
for
issue
these
long
attacks, or
duration,
that
their
the
estimate
current level
will
of risk
probably
and
be
loss to
higher.
U.S. troops is somehow acceptable?
I do appreciate the question and the chance to say it again. I am not going to telegraph punches for the President of the United States. I'm not going to get ahead of his decision space and how he's going to respond. We'll respond appropriately. And you're right. This attack had lethal consequences, which these attacks in the past have not had. And as I said in my opening statement, as we work through what those options are, we'll be mindful and informed by the fact that there are now 3 American soldiers that have been killed.
So it's clear, obviously, that didn't work. Does the president have any regret over not punching back harder in any of the prior responses that he's taken to these proxy attacks on U.S. forces?
I think I would push back on the idea that we didn't push back harder. That we have taken significant action against Iran economically. We have certainly taken some additional and more aggressive steps to go after these groups. We're certainly taking aggressive action against the Houthis to try to defend shipping in the Red Sea. I mean, this idea that somehow we've just whistled past the graveyard here and walked away from the challenge that Iran poses just isn't borne out by the facts. These proxy groups have been attacking our troops and our facilities in Iraq and Syria well before this administration as well. And
for instance, Mike Waltz said this morning that when you're trying to play defense constantly rather than punching back in a meaningful way, this blood is on this administration's hands. What is the response from the White House to an accusation like that?
What I would tell you and I would tell the congressman is we're mindful of what Iran's doing.
Is that a
in the
higher
region.
high?
And
No,
we
we're
have
still
taken
lower
aggressive
than
action
Friday.
against these proxy groups.
Friday
and
high was
and on their
906.
influence in the region. And there are decisions yet to come. So let the president make his decisions. Let him weigh these options, and then we'll act. These groups have choices to make, and we're going to do everything we can to make sure that they make the right choice here. But the idea that we have somehow laid down and not pushed back on Iran is simply not borne out by the facts.
John, in Israel over the weekend, some ministers from the Netanyahu government attended a conference that is calling for Israel's resettlement of Gaza. Did the administration notice that? Did you have any view on that?
Some of this rhetoric and the language that was attributed to some of these ministers at this event, irresponsible, reckless, incendiary, I'd go so far as to say, and certainly doesn't comport with our strong policy statement, what we have made clear, that there can be no reduction in Gazan territory.
What does it say, though, about the persuasive efforts you've made to try to prevent Israel from pursuing these settlements?
Look, I wouldn't, you got a couple of ministers in the cabinet using this reckless behavior, or conducting this reckless behavior and making these incendiary comments. That doesn't mean that we still don't have an open line of communication with Prime Minister Netanyahu and his cabinet, the war cabinet, and that they haven't been receptive to listening to us and to our messages. These are individual cabinet members. They can speak for themselves and what they said and what they did. It doesn't comport with our view, and we find it reckless.
In the back.
Oh, sorry. You said that the president, in his response, has authorization under Article 2. Does that mean that he's planning to bypass Congress in any matter of war?
Treasury releases at 3 p.m.
I'm not going to get ahead of his decision-making. He has the authority under Article 2 as Commander-in-Chief. And as we have in the past, so we will in the future, appropriately inform leaders in Congress about what we're doing in keeping with that authority.
Okay, so I just want to follow up, because the president was sent a letter on Friday from a bipartisan group of lawmakers, and he had been accused of unauthorized strikes against the Houthis by bypassing Congress. They said no president, regardless of political party, has the constitutional authority to bypass Congress on matters of war. Do you think that that would apply here, given this escalation?
We're not at war with the Houthis. We're not looking for a war with Iran. The president is comfortable that he has the appropriate legal authorities.
How impactful is the Treasury release? Is it worth straddling? Probably to some extent.
At sea or shore.
Right. Isn't it time to involve the American people? I mean, given the fact that the American people
I think it'll depend
not
on
happy about
how much they're issuing.
I mean,
the more they
not happy
issue
about
over the
attacks on
prior
commercial
estimate,
shipping in
the
Red Sea.
more.
I also suspect
the
they're
more
not happy
bearish it
about
would
seeing
be.
American troops killed at a base in Jordan. The president has the authority to defend those troops in those facilities, and he'll do that.
He's weighing all of his options. This is an election year. Is the president looking at his polling when he's weighing all of these options? Is the president looking at what?
My goodness. That's a heck of a question. He's not looking, ma'am, let me just stop you right there. The Commander-in-Chief is not looking at polling or considering the electoral calendar when he's defending.
How they feel about the war on Gaza?
Oh, now, can I answer the question? He's not looking at political calculations or the polling or the electoral calendar as he works to protect our troops ashore and our ships at sea. And any suggestion to the contrary is offensive.
Is he looking at the polling with respect to,
Ma'am.
does the American public want a broader Middle East conflict when he weighs his political decision-making?
Ma'am, I've answered that question.
Okay.
Who is this guy?
Is he weighing that?
He is not concerning himself with the political
The
calendar.
American public have the opportunity to weigh in on whether they want
Ma'am,
Made in America
I have
stamped
answered your-
on the bombs
Ma'am, I've
that are
answered
going
your
to be
question.
dropped.
We're going to move on. Go ahead, Phil.
Thanks, Green.
You touched on this briefly in response, I think, to Jackie's question, but what is the president's response to Republican critics who are of the mind that this attack was the result of perceived weakness? For instance, the chairman of the House Armed Services Committee said that President Biden's fear of escalation has morphed into a doctrine of appeasement.
They can speak for themselves. That's obviously not the way we see this. We have held Iran accountable, as I've said, through various means and methods. We will continue to do that. We'll continue to act to defend our troops and our facilities and the missions and our national security interests.
And then a follow-up on the border. The terms of the Senate deal that are under discussion would give DHS expulsion authority if border encounters hit an average of 4,000 a day over the course of a week. Does the president consider that threshold of daily encounters a crisis?
I'm not going to negotiate in public.
I'm just asking, of course.
You're asking me about a specific provision that you allege is in the deal. And as Corrine has said many, many times, and she's absolutely right, we're not going to negotiate here in public or what's in or what's not in this deal.
Setting aside the deal in question and waiting for more details to come to light, is there a number in particular with regards to border crossings that the president would see
The
as a
president
crisis?
himself has talked about the fact that there's a crisis going on at the border and the numbers are too high, and we're going to do what we have to do regionally, not just with our own border patrol, but regionally with Mexico and other countries to see if we can get that number down.
Thanks, sir.
A question on Venezuela. My colleagues are reporting that the administration will restore sanctions on the country's energy sector if opposition candidates are not allowed to run. If Venezuela were to lift that ban, would the U.S. not take the options that you referred to earlier?
A lot's going to depend here on what Maduro and his regime do. They've got till the spring to honor their commitments, the commitments they made back in October, to allow opposition parties and opposition candidates to run freely as qualified for president and to release political prisoners.
I like this
They've got the
Kirby
decision.
guy. He should be
They've got
president
decisions they have to
of the
make
two other
before we
options.
weigh what decisions we'll take.
John?
Thanks a lot, Kareem. John, the Iranian Foreign Ministry has denied any involvement in this drone strike in northeast Jordan. What's your response to that denial?
They support these groups. They resource them. They provide them weapons. They train them. They certainly aren't discouraging these attacks. Now, to what degree it was directed out of Tehran, I can't say. And I wouldn't get into intelligence assessments one way or another, but clearly they continue to support these groups. So clearly there is a responsibility that appropriately needs to be laid at the feet of leaders in Tehran.
And then you also said the president is consulting with his national security advisors in terms of what steps he may take in response to what happened on Sunday. Will the president also reach out to congressional leaders just to consult with them? Will he reach out to, for instance...
As we have in the past, so we will in the future. We will do appropriate notifications with leaders in Congress, as we have, just in the recent past. We'll continue to do that appropriately going forward.
Last question.
Yes, thank you, Corinne, thank you, Mr. Kirby. Two questions. The AP is reporting that apparently there was a confusion between this enemy drone and another drone that has been launched out of this U.S. installation. And I guess two officials have stated that this was a confusion, and apparently the enemy drone was confused with an American drone that was returning back to that U.S. installation. Do you guys have any information about that?
That was, I think, one of the first questions I got here in the briefing, and as I said then, I can't corroborate those accounts by U.S. officials. The Department of Defense is, as you would expect them to do, going through all the forensics here to figure out exactly what happened and how to make sure it doesn't happen again, and I certainly would not get ahead of them on that.
Just going back to the Venezuelan subject that we've been discussing. As you know, Maria Corina Machado is a leading opposition candidate there. She's been banned for running for office for 15 years by the Venezuelan Supreme Court. Does that put things in perspective? Because there's some reporting that the U.S. is expected to renew the sanctions against the Venezuelan oil.
Again, we now dealt with it a few times here. I don't have any additional context to relay to you. Mr. Maduro and his regime have decisions they have to make. We want to see them meet the commitments they made back in October to allow opposition parties and candidates to run appropriately and to release political prisoners. We have decisions to make as well. If they don't do that, they've got till April. We'll see what they do.
Thank you, appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, John.
Thank you.
Okay. Zeke?
Thanks, Kareem. Has the president called already, or does he plan to speak with the families of the fallen service members?
Don't have any calls to read out. Obviously, and as Kirby started off this briefing, obviously the President and First Lady sent out their deepest condolences and heartfelt thoughts to the families, to their friends, and also the units, their unit as well. And this is a sad day. Yesterday was a very, very sad day for not just their family and the units and the friends, but also the American people. And so obviously we continue to mourn with them. Once we have more to share about a call or outreach, certainly we will let you all know.
And the president's scheduled to travel tomorrow on some political travel to Florida. Does he plan to keep that, or is he going to stay back in Washington to consult with his national security team?
So the president will continue his travels tomorrow to Florida. It's a political travel, so any specific questions you may have, I know you're not asking me. Yeah, I know you're not asking me that. Obviously, the campaign will answer those questions about the particular travel tomorrow. The president has been, I think the Admiral started off the briefing saying that the president met with his national security team, including Secretary Austin, this morning, and continues to stay focused on what's going on, obviously, in the Middle East, and continues to stay updated. Just don't have anything to share beyond that.
And why is he going to continue traveling, doing political travel in the midst of this?
Well, as you know, and you hear us say this all the time, the president is president wherever he travels, wherever he goes. It doesn't change in this instance. Obviously, what we saw happen yesterday in Jordan to our service members is it's a sad day. It's deeply troubling. And you heard the president yesterday in South Carolina. I know you were part of the pool that was traveling with him this weekend. He said we shall respond, and he means that. Obviously, we're not going to telegraph what that's going to look like, and the president's going to make that decision. Just don't have anything else to share, but he can be president. He was able to speak to that in South Carolina at a political event and made sure that he lifted up the 3 souls, as he said, who were lost yesterday. And so he can certainly be able to deal with an issue like this, a very important one, obviously, anywhere that he is.
And then lastly, for me, is the administration contemplating any changes to the supplemental funding request for additional needs for security for American troops in the region after this incident, or the potential response to
Somebody was coughing, so I missed the beginning of your question. I apologize. Changes to the supplemental?
In light of recent events, will more funding be needed?
Oh, I see. So look, I don't have any changes to the supplemental. Obviously, the president back in October put forth his national security request, which is obviously an emergency request, as presidents tend to do. I don't have any changes to that. And there's conversations, as you know, you hear say this very often, negotiations happening in the Senate with Republicans and Democrats on the border security piece, which is also part of the supplemental. And we want to see that, obviously, the supplemental pass in its fullness and what the president put forth in October, and that's what we're working towards.
Thanks, Corinne. On the immigration negotiations over the weekend, former President Trump urged his party to reject the deal. He said it's a very bad bill and it's okay. He said, please blame it on me. I wonder if I can get your reaction to that.
So what I will say is this. You heard the president. You've heard the president loud and clear. Congress needs to act.
That's a hot take.
They must act. Speaker Johnson and House Republicans should provide the administration with the policy changes and also the funding needed to deal with the border security and also immigration more broadly, as we're talking about an immigration system that has been broken for some time. And let's not forget, I mean, this is the thing, right? What the senators of both Republican side and Democrat side have been talking about, what they're dealing with, the bipartisan agreement that they're coming forward with, are things that House Republicans have said, and Republicans more broadly said they wanted. They have said over and over again, this is what they want to see. They want to see tough changes, right? They want to see something that's actually going to be instrumental in being able to deal with what we're seeing at the border. This is what is being worked on. This is what is being worked on right now. And so if Republicans are serious, if they are serious about addressing the situation at the border, if they are serious about addressing the security at the border, if they are serious about really changing real policies and coming up with policies that's going to make a difference and putting forward resources, then they would be part of getting this bipartisan agreement passed. This is exactly what they've been asking for, literally what Republicans have been asking for. And now here it is. It's coming to fruition. It's being discussed. There's potential bipartisan agreement. That's what the American people want to see. 75% of the American people have said that they want this issue to be dealt with. An issue that, again, that they have been for years. So they should get on board. They should get on board and help the senators get this done.
Why do you believe Republicans haven't gotten on board?
That's for a speaker. This is for the speaker to speak to. He's been very vocal about this. The speaker seems to want to make this a political football, right? It's like a hot potato. They don't want to hold on to it. But this is exactly what the senators are talking about as it relates to the border security coming up with a bipartisan agreement. Is exactly what they've been talking about. coming together with a tough, fair, bipartisan agreement that deals with the issue, policy changes, funding,
You're
and
gonna finish
resources,
red
right, that
today.
is needed so that we can deal with what's happening at
Possible.
the border, and also
Not
really
that much.
deal with the immigration system more broadly.
If the deal does fall apart, are there elements of it that the White House could tackle on its own without Congress?
So look, I don't want to get into hypotheticals. There's a deal happening. If I answer that, right, then it's getting in the
Extra
way of the
theta and the hunt
negotiations.
position
I
seem
don't
about
want to do
right.
that. I
I'll
want them to
probably
have the free
roll
space
it
to be able to have
tomorrow
honest, good
if
faith
it hasn't
conversations
if it
as
hasn't
they've been
started
doing for the
to
past 2 months, and we
move more
appreciate what's happening in
substantially.
the
I want to
Senate.
see
We
so
want to let that
Friday a
process
lot
go.
of
We
puts
think
were
it's
sold
moving in the right
very
direction.
heavily.
Obviously, the
So I want
president
to see if
supports
call
what's
interest
happening. Our team has been
is
working
picking up
with them for
today.
the
If
last
it
2
is,
months.
I'll
It is
probably
important discussion,
keep the
and we
weeklies
believe,
a little
again,
while
we can-
longer.
we can
If
get
it's
this
not,
done,
then I'll roll it out.
And we appreciate Republicans and Democrats in the Senate.
So it just really
working for the
depends on
past
how much
2 months
call
through the
interest I see
holiday
after today.
as well to really try and work out a bipartisan agreement.
Thanks, Karine. The president said the border deal that's being negotiated in the Senate would give him the power to close the border. Speaker Johnson, however, saying the president already has the authority to do that without congressional reaction.
What's your
action
opinion
this.
on
What's
the
your
border
response to that?
crisis?
So I'll say this.
We need productivity. Let
Speaker
them in.
Johnson has been very clear as
Just give
well when
him-
he was
give him
pushing
driver's
HR2,
licenses and
even
fingerprint
during
them
the
on the
Trump
way
administration,
across.
that
Boom.
presidents need they need
Then our labor
actual
shortage is
authority,
solved.
right? They need authority, enforcement authorities, and they have said this.
Well, some of
Speaker,
it.
when he was then Congressman Johnson said this. A president needs authority to actually deal with the border and actually deal with the security at the border.
11,000 boomers
And so
retiring
I don't know
a
what's
day.
changed.
Let them in.
I
Let
don't know
in
why
just
all
let
of a
in
sudden
everybody.
he believes that the president
Start bringing
president
boats into Ellis Island
already has
again.
the authority when he says that the president needs authority. This is something the Trump administration said. This
Well,
is
they're
something
gonna
that
be
they
unemployed
agreed
with
when
the rest
Trump
of us, Bob.
administration said. And so what is being discussed right now in the Senate is a new enforcement tools that do not currently exist. They do not currently exist. And so that's what the president is speaking to, and he says the moment that he has those new enforcement tools, that he will act. The day that he signs it, he will act.
This deal is angering immigration advocates. What's being negotiated does not include anything to address the root problems of migration, and it has nothing included to provide a pathway to citizenship.
Bring back child
Which
labor.
is something that President
That's
Biden
the problem.
called for
There's no
legislation
children.
He proposed on his first day. So
Our birth
why
rate's
is the
negative
president
for
okay
like
with
the
this?
first
So
time
we don't
in the
we don't
history
even
of the
have
country.
the text yet to what's being, what the bipartisan agreement is going to be, right? So I don't want to get ahead of that. I'm not going to dive into what's in it, what's not in it. Let's see what the senators put forward in the text. I think that's important to see. And once it's out there, folks will take a look. We believe it's going to be tough but fair. And it's going to provide new enforcement tools, obviously, that's going to be important. Policy changes, it's going to be important, but also resources. That's what we believe. But we're not going to get into what's in it, what's not in it. Let's let the senators continue to do their negotiations and put forward the text.
But we're already seeing immigration advocates slam what's being proposed as callous, as unworkable. So how does the president respond to the message from some people that he's going back on his campaign promise?
I understand. What I'm saying to you is that let's see what the Senate bipartisan agreement is. Let's let them put out the text, and then we can have that discussion on whatever it is that they want to look through and discuss. But right now, we believe this is the best way forward. A bipartisan agreement is the way forward in dealing with this immigration system. A bipartisan agreement is what we need to deal with what's the challenges that we're seeing at the border. That's what we want to see, and that's what the Senate is working towards. Go ahead, Michael.
Back in the winter of 2018 and the spring of 2019, President Trump vowed to shut down the border with Mexico using almost the identical language that the president used on Friday. Many, if not most, if not practically all Democrats called that xenophobic and even racist. Why shouldn't people make the same conclusion about this president's threat to shut down the entire border with Mexico?
So we believe the new enforcement tools that currently don't exist, that will be, we believe that will be part of this bipartisan agreement, will be fair. We believe it'll be tough, but it will be fair.
But he didn't say he wanted to use, excuse me, sorry
No,
to
no,
interrupt.
no,
He
no.
didn't say, on day one, I will use enhanced enforcement to improve the processing of people at the border, he said, I will shut the border down, which suggests a total rejection of all people attempting to cross the border without a visa or without proper authorization, which stands in contravention to decades of international and U.S. law that governs the movement of people around the globe and the refugees and asylum system.
Yeah, no,
So why isn't that the same thing that Trump did?
No, I understand your question. What I'm saying to you, the new enforcement tools, right, that we believe that do not currently exist, that will be part of this bipartisan agreement, there are different definitions, right, of what that looks like, of what actually shutting down the border looks like, right? So we're going to let them work through it. We don't know what that looks like exactly, right? What we are asking for, what the president wants to see, is that we deal with the challenges at the border, right? That we have an opportunity to deal with what's going on, the security, and make sure that we have the funding and the resources to deal with what we're seeing at the border. There are going to be there are different definitions to what that looks like, and so we'll see what the text comes out of the Senate, and so we will certainly have a broader conversation once that happens. But we believe it's going to be fair. It'll be tough. It'll be fair. They'll have the resources available to deal with what's going on at the border, and also there'll be some policy changes as well. But to say that, to define what that looks like right now, it's getting ahead of the process, and we need to let Republicans, both Democrats, there are Democrats up there obviously talking to Republicans, they're both having those conversations on what it will look like, a bipartisan agreement, and that's what you need. In order to really deal with this issue, you gotta do it in a bipartisan way.
Just to follow up, you've said a couple of times, as you did just now, that we should wait. You don't want to get ahead of the process.
The siren is on the
previous
screen.
question is we don't know what's in it. Yet the president and the White House have explicitly said it should pass. And so how is it that on the one hand, the president has said, pass this thing and send it to me, but then when asked about it, you say, I don't want to get ahead of it, we don't know what's in it. How
Because
could you say you want to pass it when you don't know what's in it?
Here's the thing, both things could be true, and I'll explain why. The White House team has been part of, right, the negotiations, right? And the president has been
about the
getting
White House
regular
addressing the main complaint of Texas and their threats to secede from the union.
No.
Pickle jar.
What I'm saying
is this even
negotiations
important?
are still happening. They're literally still happening.
Classic.
They're still discussing this. If I tell you this is happening today, who knows what could happen the next day? And also, I don't want to get ahead of the conversations, right? I don't want to get in the middle of negotiations. And that is true. But the White House team has been really talking to and part of this discussion for the past 2 months. So the president has been getting updates. But at the same time, negotiations are still happening. And that's just the reality that we're in. And talking about that from the podium, that will have an effect on negotiations. And you know that, Michael. It would have an effect on negotiations.
Except the president didn't exhibit that kind of caution over the last few
Well,
days, right?
For me, from here, I have to exhibit that type of caution. And the president is the president, right? And he wants to give confidence to the American people that he believes this is going to be, yes, it's going to be tough, but it's also going to be fair. And we have to, in order to deal with this situation, and it'll be a historic, if it gets done, this will be a historic deal. But, we have to get this done in a bipartisan way. We truly do. Go ahead, MJ.
The families of some of the American hostages are back in Washington this week. Is the president willing to meet with them again?
I don't have anything to read out. As you know, Jake Sullivan, the president himself, Secretary Blinken, have met with the family of the hostages in the past. Just don't have anything to read out on his schedule at this time.
And just we reported last week that the president had met with some of the ceasefire advocates backstage at the UAW conference. I wondered whether this is
bipartisan xenophobia is the best xenophobia.
Of these kinds of conversations going forward, given the immense pressure that he is facing from advocates calling for a ceasefire, calling on him to support a ceasefire.
Yeah, so
You say Biden has his
it's
finger
hard to
over the
say
boom
if
boom
he's going
button,
to
so my
have
puts go
regular
in the money. It doesn't
conversations.
need to press it.
Look,
Just say
the president's not the first time that the president has had conversations
we're going
with
for Friday's
protesters
high.
from whatever side of certainly of the issue that they're on. The president, he says this all the time, he's the president for all Americans. That's something that he believes. He's always willing to hear people out. And he believes, and we've said this before, when it comes to protesters, Americans have the right for their voices to be heard, just as long as they do it peacefully. And so hearing that, what the president speaking to protesters, that's who he is. He's going to listen to Americans and hear what they have to say, just as long as they do it peacefully. I just don't have anything else to read out.
Do you have anything you could share just from his end, how he spoke to these ceasefire advocates?
I don't have anything to read out. Gotcha.
Great. Is the White House tracking the latest developments with Evergrande, the Chinese real estate company that Hong Kong is now ordering it to be unraveled, and the implications that will have for the Chinese economy and potentially the global economy?
Is this
So
just
I've
like a
seen those
stream that
reports, I
goes
just
on
don't have
all
anything
day
to
and
share
covers
on
everything?
the president, where the president is on being briefed about that.
If his econ team is watching it and has a view on it, we'd love to hear it.
We will make sure we get back to you on that. Go ahead, Ed.
Thanks, Grant. So the Department of Energy has finalized a rule for energy savings standards on appliances like refrigerators, washing machines, wine beverage chillers, freezers, clothes dryers, dishwashers, electric gas, and stovetops. So is our kitchen one of the root causes that's killing the environment?
So let me just start from the top here, because I do have a couple of things to say. As you just stated, the Department of Energy today, they finalized a congressionally mandated energy efficiency standard for residential cooking, as you just laid out, the different products. And what it will do, it's going to reduce household utility costs while improving appliance reliability and performance, which is really important. The standards, these standards, which reflect a joint recommendation from a wide range of stakeholders, including the Association of Home Appliance Manufacturers and Consumer Federation of America. They are projected to save Americans approximately $1.6 billion on their utility bills over 30 years. And so this administration is always committed to using every tool at our disposal to lower costs.
I don't know. Ones I wouldn't stay in, probably.
An option here, right? Something that we've taken, action that we've done, and is going to be obviously for American families across the country. Altogether, the energy efficiency standards advanced by this administration will provide nearly $1 trillion in consumer savings.
But the standards, the effects of the standards outweigh the cost of the regulations to the companies that have to build these things with workers and. Do the effects to the environment? Do the effects to the environment outweigh the added costs of the regulations for new manufacturing plants to be built, changing standards, redesigning equipment, that kind of thing?
So look, we're talking about making sure that these products are efficient, right? Making sure that they're working in a way that's not just, that obviously still have the performance that they need, obviously protecting the environment. But I think one other big benefit, as I just laid out, is making sure that we're saving Americans money. I think that's important. That's important that we're able to do that. $1.6 billion over 30 years. That's what Americans want to see. And let's not forget, this is a congressionally mandated energy efficiency. So this is something that Congress went through. This is something that they evaluated, and that's how it got put forward to the Department of Energy. So this has had a lot of eyes on it, right? This has had a lot of
if the market is down 50 bips when I get
to
back,
make sure that this was the right
start
thing to
throwing
do for the
things.
American
Well,
families,
it could be
the
up
American
50
people,
bips.
and I think that's what should matter.
One more on Iran, actually. At what point does the president then cut off the money to Iran by stopping or reducing their benefit from oil sales?
I just don't have anything to share on that particular thing. As the president said himself yesterday, after he acknowledged the 3 souls that were taken from us, our service members, who bravely protect our national security and obviously us as a country. He said that we shall respond. So I'm just going to not get ahead of it.
Hard pivot from stoves to Iran.
Okay.
This fucking meeting is all over the place.
On the border, when the president said that he would shut down the border, does that mean that the president would temporarily sign off on shutting down border crossings at ports of entry?
I'm not going to get into specifics and details. The president is very clear. He wants to make sure that we deal with the border security, that we deal with the challenges at the border. And he has said if these new authorities, right, these new enforcement authorities were made into law, obviously he would use it. They're working through the text, right? The Senate is working through the text on what that looks like, how that is defined. So not going to get into specifics from here.
Give us a little bit more about the president when he said he would shut down the border.
There's still OI
I mean,
at
it's very clear.
9:10, but I think it's
Stop
largely
people
sold.
from being able to cross back and forth.
What
for
he wants
jobs
to do
or
Plays
places
it out,
to
I
trade.
guess.
No, I hear you. What he wants to do is make sure that we deal with the challenges at the border. That is
The
what he wants to
breakdown
make
here
sure
is
that
not
we do.
particularly
He wants
bullish.
the
This
new
is the
authorities,
deal.
the new enforcement tools
If the
that is
issuance,
being
if
discussed,
the issuance looks
that
like
he
they're going to
believes
go
if
with
it's put
short
into law
duration again,
will help him deal
right?
with the
The
issues at
estimates
the
are
border.
down from the
And not
prior
just
quarter.
that, we're talking
We're gonna
about
fucking
immigration
rip.
policy,
We're gonna
actually
rip hard as fuck.
doing meaningful changes to
There will be
immigration
Delta
policy
bot.
so
The
that we
price
can
of the
deal with
market
a
will go
broken
up.
system, a broken immigration system
if-
that has been
if
broken
not,
for some decades now.
right,
And
if-
so
if-
we'll have some,
if
I'm
issuance
sure
is gonna
once
be
they come
higher than
and have a
expected, that's gonna
bipartisan
be
agreement,
bearish.
the text will be
How
will be,
bearish? I don't know.
released,
Maybe
and then we'll have
85.
more to
We
share
could
there.
potentially go
I
lower.
think I have to
The
go. I
90
have to
and
go.
85 puts
Right?
haven't budged.
Well,
Shut down
I'll
the
say
border
this.
means shut down the border?
I'll say this. The first day of his administration, the president took this issue very seriously. He put forth a comprehensive piece of legislation to deal with what's happening with the immigration. Let me wait.
3 o'clock.
You don't get to decide, but you don't get to decide what I say and what I don't say. Either you hear me out, or we can, I'll see you on Wednesday. Totally up to you.
Why is the White House so argumentative
All right.
with the press corps?
He means what he says. Not going to go into details here. Here's the reality. The immigration system is broken. It's been broken for decades, even in the last administration. The president introduced this piece of legislation 3 years ago. House Republicans got in the way. They refused to do anything about it. Now he's in this position to have a bipartisan agreement that the Senate has been working on with Republicans and Democrats on a real solution to move forward. 75% of the American people, majority of the American people, want us to work on this issue. And they've been very clear. The 2022 midterm elections, what did they say? They want to see Congress doing things in a bipartisan way to really address the issues that matter to them. Here's this president actually working with Republicans and Democrats to deal with this issue. That's important. And I think that's what the American people care about. I'll see you guys on Wednesday. Thank you so much.
Is it over? Okay. She just pieced out of there. She was done with her shit. Wow, they didn't even let me talk. Sorry to hear that, Tom. Well, we don't care if they work together. It's part of the job. I hate politics too. You know what I hate more than politics? People's opinions on politics. Yo, Guac, my puts are dead. This is fun. All-time highs every day till I go insolvent. You know, VIX is up from where it was last week, and I have the same June 2D poots you do. And they're fine. They're not doing anything fun, but they're fine. Now, if you're talking about the June 48.95 you bought earlier, not moving equals dead. They're like sharks. You know, they've found that sharks do in fact sleep. It's the weirdest thing. I hate politics, but my boss and landlord can't stop talking about it. Sorry to hear that. I don't understand. You just sit there and lie about sharks. It's political. Let me tell you, if a politician who you don't like because they're on the other side says something and you feel incensed, you're probably an idiot. Now, I'm not going to say that's 100% true all of the time, but it's likely very true. The tiebreaker there is going to be, did you have to look up the word incensed? What if they say, we want to take away people's rights? Good. Awesome. we have too many of them. We don't even know them all. What are all your rights? Do you know them? I don't know them. Less work I have to do. List 5 rights. What if it's because I'm gay and they're talking about how I'm destroying marriage? But they're just doing that to make their group of people happy and purposely piss off your group of people. Like, these are all, you know, Ivy League school graduates. They understand our societal structure, right? They're just doing it to piss. It's literally intentional. I mean, there's definitely some idiots in Congress that really believe the shit they're saying, but not many of them, right? Most of them just get up there and say whatever they're told to say. You're aware there's anti-trans laws? No. I didn't know that. I know Florida did. Or I think they did. Free speech, habeas corpus, bear arms, lawyer, vote. Ugh. It's too many. You want to go do all those things? I love how apathetic Gherkin is towards his rights, because they don't they don't really exist. They can be taken away from you like that. It's just an illusion, right? To keep the populace complacent. Can we do the Pledge of Allegiance real quick, Grace? The golden Netflix puts? I don't have any Netflix puts. You have Netflix puts? Be a whole lot cooler if they didn't take them away, right? Probably. But then they wouldn't have any power. Matching the previous all-time high was missed by 16 cents. Is this the mythical double top that will eventually break up? Possibly. Yeah. They'll donate how much to my re-election campaign? 3 minutes later, yes, the moon is made of cheese, and I intend to prove it's made of mozzarella. Yeah, SoFi had 2 EPS per share. It's like almost $1 billion. Maybe it would be best if Texas and California leave the US. Just an idea. Probably be better if we were all just a bunch of separate countries. Like Europe. But with like an open passport system. So you could be like, this place fucking sucks. And you just move to a different country. But then we'd always be at war with each other. Sounds profitable. That's the worst thing I've heard all day. Gross. Which? That we should be more like Switzerland? We tried that for a while. From like 1918 through 1942. Your puts are off the chart. I mean, they're dead unless the Treasury thing prints them. That's kind of the whole deal, though. California and New York pay all the taxes. Shh, don't tell anybody. You know what you said, you darned states liker? US like Swiss? We could name our money Bob instead of Frank. True. I prefer Frank. He's more honest. Illinois pays more tax than anyone. Nope. Trick a lot of people into enjoying large cities, and that's what happens. It's not a trick, it's just better. Switzerland has a great government. You never hear about them. It's true. Is Yellen gonna rug pull this nonsense? She might. How high can we go if the Treasury isn't bearish? 49.25. Yellen for sure is going to do whatever is needed to make the market rip phase. Hey, Frank. No, it's okay. We don't need you right now. In fact, I pay more taxes than my dog. That makes sense. Does market down still mean hum ops? Maybe. VIX up could mean hum up. Like 48.85, maybe 48.80. Late 30s, early 50s in the USA was arguably the best time to be an American during World War II and the Great Depression. It's also the closest to socialism we've ever been. I think you've got your timeline a little fucked up. We're talking about the New Deal? Yeah, right. Spoken like a Yank who's never smelled the sweet smell of waving wheat when the wind comes right behind the rain. I've been in my fair share of summer showers. Never in a wheat field, but I have been in a cornfield when one happened. It's a long story. What is nominally better in a large city? Too close to people? No. You have your own... I have my own personal space. And plenty of it. Food isn't really all that much better. Bullshit. Traffic? Walk. Subpar public transportation? Also walk. I mean, these are just things... You're just talking about things we could fix in cities. Not things that make cities bad. You know, if New York and Cali become their own countries, we could buy out other states as our soldiers, like mercenaries? That's pretty cool. So we just end up with a West versus East Coast event. We've been waiting since the 90s. It's time to throw down. I mean, just because you have a bunch of absurd taxes, like an amusement park tax, doesn't mean that you pay the most in taxes. Illinois is, I think, 4th. California pays more taxes than any other state by more than double. New York is a very close second. Texas should be probably below that because of their insane property taxes. And then it's like Illinois, Florida, something. I don't know, probably Northeast states. Massachusetts, Jersey, places like that are going to be really high on the list. Oh shit, the report's out. Treasury expects to borrow $760 billion in privately held marketable debt, assuming an end of March cash balance of $750 billion. The borrowing estimate is $55 billion lower than announced on October 2023, largely due to projections of higher net fiscal flows and higher beginning of quarter cash balance. During April through June 2024, Treasury expects to borrow $202 billion in privately held net marketable debt, assuming an end of June cash balance of $750 billion. During October through December, they borrowed $776 billion and ended the quarter with a cash balance of $769 billion. Are we going to war or something? No, the Treasury announcement came out. She's borrowing less money, which means more short duration, which means that on RRP will be empty pretty fucking soon. 500% return on these IWM calls is crazy. The Treasury's going to war with the Fed. Yep. Now, do we squeeze out the sold calls? Maybe. Calls coming in all the way up to 49.20. Kirk, this is like really bad though, huh? It's not great. Gap fill? Yeah. Nope. Just bullish. It won't matter. This will be buying in the underlying. Got to 49.10 for $1 and sold for $8. Nice, dude. Can this fail? I mean, it could, but I don't think we're going to under like 49.90 today. I think it'll depend on how much vol gets sold. If they oversell it, then yeah, it might fail. But it looks pretty bullish, and there's more calls coming in, so... I said... Or 48.90, sorry. The Treasury data was bullish. I said less money bullish, more money bearish. It was less money. War is bullish as fuck, no name. No, if she'd issued more money, we would have gone down like a rock. This wasn't even clownish. This was just like the really obvious conclusion to, a binary data set, right? Like it was either going to be Yellen more money, bearish, Yellen less money, bullish, Yellen less money, bullish, right? That's what's happened. Yellen's just lied to avoid panic, fear, and a Moody's downgrade. Oh no, another 700 billion may still be enough to get a Moody's downgrade. But we won't know about that till after 4 o'clock. What if Yellen unchanged? That would have been interesting. Probably bullish. The TA didn't do anything. The news did something. So grind up from here or chop at a new high. We can keep going up. There's call interest up to 49.25. The outcome's not baked into the TA. If Yellen issued more money, the markets would have dropped and the TA would have been wrong. Why don't we just get rid of all the banks? All just use the Fed as a bank. I don't want to ride a bank. Oh. Get rid of all the banks. Because the Fed's not that kind of bank. It's a central bank. Is the bank hot? If that were true, TA would be statistically predictive, which it is not. I'm not going to have this fucking argument with you again. Just go away. Is the central bank in the middle of Kansas or something? Well, there's one of them there. Central bank is even better. No middleman. Direct-to-consumer banking. That's probably unlikely. They're the bank's bank, not our bank. Now that we're trading at these levels, how likely are we to go back to 4,900 tomorrow? Or is that out of the window for now? No, it's not out of the window. I mean, Gamma Max is at like 49.28. It might move up a bit. But it's probably not going to move up a lot. I would be probably moderately surprised if we break out above 49.25. That's probably our upper range for till we start to get tech earnings and stuff. Looks like bearish Gherk was right. I think bearish Gherk and bullish Gherk had pretty much the same idea for today. Yeah, they did. If there was no chaos, market makers would never lose money. When you were a kid, did you play the game where you would shoot an arrow straight into the sky and then everyone would run? I think it's called S&P 500. I never played that game. I didn't have bows and arrows as a child. I mean, I did, but they were darts and I lived in an apartment. Can't y'all just increase end of quarter? Yep, she can. These are just estimates. And it shows. I'm surprised VIX didn't get completely obliterated. You can't short VIX. Those are the rules. I didn't make them. Nice, Dead Rabbit. Well done. Seems pretty obvious she's going to have to increase end of quarter. Maybe. Maybe JPOW just fucks her over and starts really running off the balance sheet and marking to market securities. He won't do it because he's a bitch, but that's what I would do. Isn't a war kind of expensive? We're not in a war. Didn't you just hear the guy? We don't want a war with Iran. If we wanted a war with Iran, we would put troops on the ground in one of their allied countries and we would surround their country with our warships, right? Like, come on, man. These are load-bearing wars. We'd probably get one of our allies, like, to also come and park their warships nearby. Put all our ships in one place for the Yemeni grenade pirates. Bad strategy. Proxy wars are more expensive, but they don't carry as much risk, right? You just give them stuff. You're like, here's weapons and shit, and if you guys win, we own you. It's making a deal with the devil, right? Europe just got done paying us back for World War II. Went up. I want to sell these call spreads at the money, not out of the money. They're trying. All the delta kind of burned off pretty quick, so now we need more delta to come in to push through the illiquid levels. Proxy wars seem like spreads. When is CPI? I think after the Fed meeting. AP Mueller-Maersk made a phone call, and now the Danish Navy is going to Aden. So the US and the UK can have a boat to do the coffee run. Huh. I meant to hedge, and instead I edged, and I blew up a bit. You'll be okay. Is this a good spot to straddle? Straddles are always awesome. War is permanently priced in. I'm just gonna paper trade. I lost too much money apparently. When I look at my taxes, it makes me sad. Are you getting those sweet deductions? I hope I 10x these IWM calls. That'd be cool. Very close. Whoa. Is there any significance to Upstart being above 35? Could be. Yeah. I don't know how many calls are at 35 right now. There weren't very many last week, so it might not make that much of a difference, but it could. Where's the I just paid back the USA social media post then? Badges, plaques, etc. If only would have shared the secret stock god DD with me. Which one? Are you talking about DDS? I mean, you can't even afford it. The secret stock. The secret stock went up 100% and then crashed 100%, 50%. This is what I'm talking about. Nice. That was fun. How's Hum doing? Also pretty cool. Yeah, new highs. 66. How's the options chain looking here? Feb 16, 75s. Ooh, those are expensive as shit. What's higher, the odds of us not crashing or the odds of us crashing? Always the odds of us not crashing. The odds of a market crash are infinitesimally small. Was bullish Gherk too bearish? I think he was appropriately bullish. Hmm, 49.20 versus, or 49.20.50 versus 49.25. Sup, Gherk? It looks like my puts are super dead. Is Mama Yelly just not issuing debt? Basically, yeah. Is there more room to the upside here, or are we really at the top? I'd say we're pretty close to the top. I guess we could get more buying, but yeah, probably not going to go a lot higher than this. It's like a couple bucks. Chop around. I 1100%ed some IWM calls, dork. Dixie down, VIX rocketing. Yep. Remember when the market should have crashed twice last year? The market only should have crashed once last year. The year before that, the market almost crashed twice. I was an inch away from buying a 4900 earlier today. I had one of those too, but I got stopped out of it. Yeah. It's not as fun to talk about the trades you didn't take. True. Regardless of city, do you prefer living in a high-rise building or a house? I don't know. It doesn't really matter to me. The pain of taking profits and watching it continue to shred upwards. Yep. Such is the way. VIX is still going up, too. The pain of not selling losers is more painful. Yeah. Or not taking profits when you're up and then watching it turn red. Is Upstart sustainable up here? If this forces the Fed to cut rates, it could be bullish for them. We still have an FOMC meeting this week, though, which could take a lot of wind out of the sails here. Or taking profits and watch the calls you sell quadruple in price. I mean, but you took profits, right? Like, you made money. You put money in and you took more money out. So you won. It's just the degree that you're winning to. That's just greedy. And greedy will lose you more money over time. Yellen might have just forced the Fed to cut rates. No. She could force them to end QT. Or it doesn't work. J-Pow grows some balls and fucks her over. Put a way out of the money call to hedge my puts. Cut the call when I thought IV Crush would make it 0. The call would have more than doubled. Portal missed dead. Lesson not learned. Number 232. When you buy a call or a put, like when you buy a straddle or a strangle on an event, wait till the event happens before you cut something. Especially 0 DT, there's no excuse for not having stops on SVX puts that 10x and saved your port from the puts. You should absolutely not have averaged down and over allocated. Just saying. Yeah. You're a QT, thanks. Wait, so what happened? Yellen's not issuing any duration? Probably not. Although, to be fair, Yellen could flip the script come Wednesday as well. The term premium on the 10-year and 20-year is still advantageous. Lesson, use some Iron Condor profits to play some 10-cent lottos today. You know what else you can do with Iron Condors? Is you can just close the short call if the price starts going up. Or the short put if the price starts going down. Boom, then you're long. Where would the MM like to close? Please say 48.90. I mean, I don't think it matters where the MM wants to close here. They're so far blown out, it's ridiculous. But 4,900? I just don't think that's gonna happen though. Like, there's enough calls in the money now that they're gonna probably have to keep hedging towards spot. We might slip a little bit into close, but I don't think we're gonna drop all the way back to 4,900. Just don't do it on Fidelity or you'll get margin called. That's because Fidelity sucks. Google's gonna have so much more ad revenue off of YouTube this quarter. I need to close under 49.25. Or from YouTube Premium. Fubo finally realized the market was rocketing up and it's up 3 cents. Inflation over, economy saved. No, none of those things. Why is JPAS such a cuck? Is Yellen the dom and JPAS the sub? Because the only thing he could do that would actually have an effect on financial conditions would be if he started marking to market instead of rolling off the balance sheet. So he would have to substantially increase the rate of quantitative tightening and push the Fed to realize further losses. But it would work. I mean, it would definitely tighten financial conditions. But raising rates, it's not going to do anything. What's the correct word to describe this market besides totally fraudulent? Over exuberant? Top has like no index exposure at all. This ain't the toppity? No, this is kind of like the extent of where we can run. I guess we could get more delta before the end of the day, but that's probably not very likely. The tippy top of this would be like, I think we kind of already hit it, but it's like, I guess it's like 29. Yeah, like right here. Probably not gonna go past that. I rolled my bear spreads to March. We surely will hit 4,600. We could. Is this around the top for this week? Well, we still have earnings. SPX 5K this week. I missed the run, but I sold bear calls at the top. Oh, nice. The RSI on the SPX daily looks like a shitcoin. Hopefully they don't pump mega cap earnings. Imagine if the rest of the Mag 6 fucking miss like Tesla did. And reduce guidance. Ooh. They probably won't. But Apple might reduce guidance again. Man, Tesla's really not doing well with picking up momentum, huh? It keeps failing all its upside tests. What did that pull back down to? 87? Maybe there's a lot of sold calls at 90. I'll have to look. If today proved anything, only up. This is the expected outcome for the news that we got. Does this over-exuberance not scare you? No, it's already beyond fucked. How do you think we could go tomorrow? Probably not a lot higher than this. And we don't really have a lot of news tomorrow. So tomorrow might ease off a little bit, but then we've got earnings and after hours. We have like 3 of the Mag 7 reporting tomorrow night. I think we have Jolts tomorrow. Jolts could be kind of bearish. Do we have Jolts tomorrow or no? Yeah, we do. We have the home price index. I think tonight we have EU GDP. So that could put pressure back on the dollar again. We have Germany flash GDP. There's a 28-year gilt auction. And then, yeah, Jolts and Dallas Fed Services. But Jolts will be a big deal. Yeah, a lot of EU data tonight. I don't think any of it's going to be very positive either, so that's going to pressure the dollar back up, which is going to put pressure on yields again. I might go long the dollar tonight, actually. Yeah. No problem, trash. How's the SPX been so Teflon as opposed to the rest of the world? Because we exported all of our economic troubles and inflation to them. And we've been effectively quantitatively easing since November of 23. Do you think if Janet's parents had named her Helen, she would have still risen so high in the world? Helen Yellen? Probably not. This SPX nonstop rise is insane. It's just a big spike from the news. It's already clawing back. I mean, it's down more than $3. It's like 7. It only went up 23. God, you guys have been trading these fucking range-bound markets for too long. With fucking flat VIX, dead VIX. Do you guys not remember fucking SPX 1% up and down days? These moves aren't even big. They weren't that long ago. We had them all the way through March of last year. They were glorious. They were pretty dope. long ago. VIX is still dead. Yeah, but it's a little bit higher. That was port number 5. How can you expect us to remember? Do you think the GME chart looks bullish? No. I mean, like, how bullish? Like, can it break up to, like, 17? Sure. Above the prior high? Probably not. We have ETF FTDs. End of this week into the beginning of next. I don't think it's gonna have a lot of them though. There wasn't a whole lot of ETF shorting on GME so far. Mostly just options. With SPX at this value, where do you want VIX before you pick up some Vega plays? I've only been getting them below VIX 13. It's probably better to look at like IV90 than it is to look at VIX, but like the 3-month VIX. And on 3-month VIX, I would say if you see it below 14, that's a really good entry. There've only been a few moments of that, but what's your favorite stock to sell covered calls against? It used to be AMD. And then after that it was Tesla. I still sell a lot of covered calls on GME. Not nearly as many as I did before, but I still sell a bunch of them. Zom's pretty nice for selling covered calls. Especially if you can get a good idea on like direction, and how the oil market's performing. I was selling a bunch on Palantir towards the end of last year, middle of last year, end of last year, and then I finally got assigned on Palantir, so I'm out of that. What do I have left that I've been selling covered calls on lately? I usually sell some on Halliburton, BP. Not so much on Devon, just because they're usually not worth it. I've been selling covered calls on KView. Those kind of suck too, though. The CSPs on it have been pretty good, but the covered calls kind of suck. Most other things, spreads. I mean, there's not a lot I want to own up here, so I've been kind of shedding equities over the last couple weeks anyway. I think everything's just overvalued, and I don't really want to own most of it. So like tax, stuff like that, I'm mostly out of. I'm getting to a point where my portfolio is almost like entirely utilities and energy exposure with some like commodities tossed in. It's the only place where there's like any value left. Everything else is just blown out. Could this fall back to 4,900 in 13 minutes? Probably not. 49.20 to 15 seems like a better closing price. I'm not really buying BTU or ZOM. I bought some ZOM recently because I closed out a bunch of treasuries and I wanted more direct oil exposure. I think like 98.50. But not like a fuck ton. I bought like 3,000 shares. Have you looked at Nextera at all? Knee? I have in the past. It tends to overperform a lot of the other utilities, so I was ignoring it for a while. It's still kind of performing really well. I still think we're going to see the high end of the yield curve move up, so I'm not like in a rush to buy utilities. Sometime later this year, I want to start getting more exposure to China and emerging markets. Just not yet. What are some of your favorite utility stocks? I mean, I'll pretty much buy any amount of AT&T if it's below $14 or $15. Yeah, 15. So I don't like selling covered calls on PBR. I find that it's not worth it. And I don't want to be stuck in covered calls if they fucking cancel the dividend. I don't like the ETFs. The exposure's too broad. It's not Pabst Blue Ribbon trash. You mentioned yesterday there were bond short positions accumulating. Yeah, there's been a lot of them accumulating recently. Could you see them take advantage of today's drop in yields to add more? Or how do they usually build? I mean, you'd have to look at like the COT reports and see how many contracts were added, but they've been adding them over the last couple of weeks after they all got squeezed out between November and Jan. Are you feeling straddle or strangle for close? I'm just gonna straddle. That's like Monday. I'm not gonna strangle anything. The question is right now, is it just probably gonna it's probably gonna be 49.20. Which means I'll buy short dated calls and a little more theta on the puts. TLT dumping this week? Might. Yep. We still don't know the QRA, so we still don't know what issuance is going to look like for the 700 billion, right? We just know that it's 700 billion. That's all this like bullish price action is, right? It's just like, ooh, goody. She's probably not going to issue duration, but she could. And the term premiums are more advantageous to the Treasury. So there's a lot of incentive for her to issue a lot more duration than she did in the prior QRA. And then there's also FOMC, right? And the majority of Fed governors have been pretty vocal about there not being 6.5 rate cuts this year. Right now, just so you guys know, we have 6.5 rate cuts priced in over the next 7 Fed meetings. Is a bull market? Shouldn't you have more theta on the calls? Well, no, because like we're right up against gamma max. So even if we do break out to the upside, it'll probably fail, and then who knows how much it's going to pull back. But it's better to have theta on the puts when you're near a top than it is to have them on the calls. That's even been true when we've especially when we break out, like if we break out to a higher level, because you get a little bit more time to close the puts. You don't need a lot of theta on the calls because it's going up, right? How much is more theta? Feb 5th? Yeah, probably. Maybe second. I'll probably just get them for the second. Like I'll get 49.20 puts for the second, and then I'll get calls for like Wednesday. Or maybe tomorrow. I might get 1 DT calls. Wednesday. I'll get them for Wednesday. Can you tell us the MMS pricing for MSCI earnings? Give me a second. Yeah. When are their earnings? Today? Tomorrow? Alright, they're pricing about 4%. They were pricing 1.8 for today, but yeah, for tomorrow they're pricing about 4%. They absolutely buried VIX in the past 45 minutes. Isn't it just like at the same low of the day that it was at before? And they're trying to short vol, but they're not getting any upside they're not getting any positive price action out of it. Yeah, no problem, dude. Yeah, so the expected move for the rest of the week's 4%, and then over the next month, 8.5. What are you thinking on Hum, considering today's moves? I mean, I'm happy with today. It didn't bottom out, and it looks like it's going to close a little higher, but I still want to see more calls. So if calls are like a lot of puts were getting sold on it, and that's fine. That's like normal, like bottoming behavior. But we haven't seen a lot of calls come in yet. Like Delta picked up a decent amount last Friday. We'll see how it looks today. I probably won't update it in Pickles Picks tonight, but if you just ask me about it, I'll maybe I will. We'll see. Write like a sentence or two about what's going on. I'm just looking for more calls to come in on it, basically. If it starts to build up enough call interest at 375 and the puts at like 60 and 65 start squeezing off, it can run pretty hard. And it is. I mean, like, I'm looking at it right now, and it's starting to get a pretty decent number of calls at 70 and 75. And the gamma there's turning positive a little bit, but the range it's trading in right now, gamma is still very flat, and then under 60, it starts to get really bearish again. So it's kind of just caught in between. But hopefully tomorrow we see more. We see more calls coming in. SMCI is just crazy. Getting close to rolling out TUP and beyond to March, or should I get more theta? Well, TUP announced that they got an accounting firm today through an 8K, so that's good. Beyond, I would still just wait till it goes back on reg show. Just don't get juked out by ETF covering over the next like 5-6 days, thinking it's gonna run really hard when it doesn't. You could get a little bit of like upside protection on it, if you want to get like a slightly out of the money call, there's a chance that ETF covering might push it in the money, but I would say just wait for it to get back on reg show. They're still shorting it really aggressively, so it probably won't be long till it gets back on. Tell us more about normal bottoming behavior. I don't know if I have data on SMCI. I might. I mean, let me tell you, the market maker's priced in so much that you won't make money. Unless you step in to provide them liquidity. It's pricing in 10% over the week and 5% over the day. Thoughts on PayPal? Value trap. Thanks, little orphan Danny. Am I a market maker when I lose money to someone else's benefit? Jesus Christ. Everyone stop asking me about your stocks. Valero will just move with crude. I don't care about PayPal. I don't have any thoughts on it. Do whatever you want with it. CLF, no. I fucking hate earnings season so much. That's on Buzzkill. You're harshing my vibe, man. What do you want? Why does everyone think earnings season's suddenly the best time to buy this shitty stock they've been watching? I mean, it's not that PayPal's outdated. It's just that there's a lot of increased competition in the space, and they don't deserve the multiples they used to trade at. That's the same as outdated. Don't tell the poorest how not to lose money. I pay for you to do that as a pigeon whale. It's totally not fair. So you're saying I should hype earnings? I should be like, ugh. It's so gross. That's some like low-level financial advisor shit. Like, oh, we got earnings season coming up. Is your portfolio ready? Fucking AMD is trading at like 1800 PE. And we're still worried about earnings season? You didn't need to attack me. I'm sorry. I hope you've never had to make that phone call. And wear lightning makeup. Ugh. Like I know more people would watch the stream and be excited about things if I did that, but I can't. I can't bring myself to do that. Yeah, ding ding. That's over. Alright, let's look at the end of day shit. Oh, you know what I didn't like about knee for that guy who asked? Their shitty dividend. All that debt you're supposed to take on the risk of, but shitty dividend. Fuck them. Anyway. So we kind of closed right at Gamma Max, which is fun. That'll be a little bit higher tomorrow. Although I don't expect Jolt's data to be good. And we'll probably get a little bit more volatility as we approach the FOMC meeting and the QRA. So, I don't want to say we could pull back because I got to look at positioning, but maybe. And if we did, it would probably just be back to like the 4,900 level, right? Like 4,910, 4,900. I don't think we're going to pull back very hard. And then, you know, obviously tomorrow night we have big earnings and that'll matter a lot. But, yeah, let's see. We'll see where Gamma Max gets to tonight. And then, Tesla did a little bounce today, which, where did it go? Tesla just disappear? What the Oh, son of a bitch. Alright. Tesla did a little bounce today, off the bottom, which we expected. I still think this has a little bit of room to run, maybe up to 200. That's all just going to be like bearish, like a bear rally, right? So, just bears taking profit and scalpers making money on the upside. I don't think it's picking up a lot of out of the money interest yet. I think people are still pretty bearish on it overall, but that might continue for a few more days. I know Amazon went up today, which was expected. Getting close to that 162.50 target we were talking about over the weekend. Meta went up, which also kind of expected. Microsoft, not too crazy, but a little bit more there at the end of the day. Netflix keeps pumping. That probably won't stop. AMD still kind of cooled off. And Apple, Jesus, still red on the day. Yeah, Apple definitely underperforming the rest of them. I want to look at Cat today. Cat's triple testing that upside trend. Probably not very good for them. We'll see where that ends up. A little bit of breath coming in today. Russell up. Definitely bullish on the potential for more short duration and interest rates coming down. I don't think it's up enough yet to squeeze out those short positions, but they're definitely going to be a little bit pressured. Broad commodities down on the day. China not doing so hot despite all their attempts to float their market. Dixie's still up on the day, but a bit below that 103.50 level. We saw yields drop pretty decently into the end of the day, but nothing crazy. Those might go right back up again on Wednesday. Correlation actually on the 1 month still turning around. So we're still seeing a breakdown in that dispersion trade. Not so much on the 3 month, but the 1 month. And given the fact that we ran today, that's pretty surprising. And I don't know if that's just, Vol's so overshorted at this point that they don't want to sell anymore. I mean, that's definitely a part of it. But that's also, interesting because we're approaching so many big earnings, and volatility on the underlying should be moving up, right? So we should be expecting it to move up. Elon deleted it. Yeah, he's a moron. Carry trade was performing okay today, but looks like it dropped a bit with the announcement and yields dropping. So that's kind of to be expected. I think this is kind of interesting. We almost saw the forward yield to volatility cross over to positive again today. We're getting very slowly over time, but we are getting closer and closer to that positive convexity yield. And if we do, we're going to see the demand for vol pick up. So keep an eye on that. Move, I'm not even sure if that's updated. Skews down a little bit today, but not very much. And that's also not updated. Oh, new week for this, and we're now at negative 51.78%. Which I'll have to tell Dork about. Oh, there's Dork. How you feeling about that, Dork? What does that mean? That is the correlation between VIX cash and the VIX contract in front over a 28-week rolling period. And they are statistically uncorrelated. Well, they're uncorrelated to a good degree that is statistically relevant. That's a sinus. Yeah. That's a big move. Last week we ended negative 44%. So yeah, that's a big, and the largest of these moves in the history of the S&P 500, or well, the history of the VIX futures, I guess. 2004. They're statistically negatively correlated. Sorry. What happens if they're highly correlated? They go up. It gives you kind of a window into how much vol is shorted. Normal stuff happens when they're doing normal stuff. Yeah. Well, the question is, how extreme is the move from very negatively correlated to positively correlated going to be? When up? Probably tomorrow. We'll see. I'll update you guys tonight. CrowdStrike being a bitch. Back up above $300 again. Fuck that stock. All right. Yep, that's it. Anyway, so what do we have? What do we have on the docket for tomorrow? We got I think we have Jolts, and then we have Case-Shiller, and then just earnings. So not too much data tomorrow. I know overnight we have a lot of data in the EU. That's probably going to pressure. So we'll probably see like EU GDP pressure the dollar, especially if it comes in really bad again, like negative growth. Same for Germany. Germany more as a component of the total EU GDP, but nothing crazy out of England. Consumer credit and like mortgage stuff. We have Red Book at 8:55 a.m. That probably won't matter. I don't expect it to be that good. January is not like a big retail season. Then we have Case-Shiller, and then after market open, we're gonna have JOLTS and consumer confidence, and then Fed services at 10:30. So probably a pretty busy morning. I think it'll mostly flatten out after that, or lean into sentiment towards earnings, which is probably bullish. And then actually after close, besides the big Mag 7 earnings, we have the BOJ, a bunch of shit out of Japan. BOJ summary of opinions, industrial production, and retail sales, all of which are a big deal. And then we have China PMIs, manufacturing and non-manufacturing. So everyone's going to be looking to those to see if there's contraction. They've just been hovering like right around neutral for a while now. They're expected to move up. If they move down, that'll be pretty bearish for Chinese stuff. Japanese retail sales are expected to pull back. I think industrial production is expected to pick up. So all of that can weigh on the dollar tomorrow night too. And that's about it. So I'll see you guys bright and early tomorrow morning. Have a good night, everybody. Later.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
It's yours?
No,
Your mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must
have what?
Look, Dad, it's not.
Where did you get it?
Dad,
answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.